The world has gone quiet. Our borders have closed. The skies are empty, but our hearts still beat loudly for connecting the world to our culture, our history, and our natural beauty. We stand for unity, for being together. That's why we know this difficult time will pass. And when it does, we'll greet our friends and family with the biggest smiles and the tightest hugs. We'll travel the world again, exploring new destinations, feeling that rush of adrenaline. We'll discuss matters of the world and exchange ideas. We'll dress up, go out, and taste new delights. We'll climb that mountain, swim those waters, and trek to experience the wonders of nature. But for now, let's stay home and stay safe. The world will open for business once more. And when it does, we'll be waiting with open arms. We can't wait for you to visit Rwanda soon.
We are a land of 1,000 hills. And when you talk about the coffee, the higher you go, the best it becomes. Our coffee plantations are on household basis. They are tended by hand right from planting up to the cup.
When you wake up in the morning, you see a sunrise. But it's only after you've taken a cup of coffee that you get a second sunrise. So that tells about how we view Rwanda after 1994. Coffee presents an opportunity to tell a different story about Rwanda.
Going as far back as the 1930s, coffee has played a key role in our country's economy. Even through tough economic periods, we have always maintained a strong belief that we will produce one of the world's finest coffees in our volcanic soils and idyllic climate. This determination has borne fruit. Our strategy to produce high-quality coffee cherries and thus high-quality beans has resulted in millions across the globe enjoying the finest specialty coffee, Arabica Bourbon. Over 400,000 Rwandan coffee farmers have found a sustainable livelihood passionately cultivating Rwanda's coffee that offers a beautiful floral fragrance mixed with a complex berry and fruity flavor. The journey continues under our new national coffee brand, Rwanda Coffee, a second sunrise. From farmers, cuppers, roasters to exporters, the success of our coffee truly represents a second sunrise for the land of 1,000 hills. Our new brand represents a new strategy to increase investment in the sector, support more farmers, and increase production to meet the ever-growing demand. It also captures the essence, landscapes, resplendent beauty, and natural biodiversity of Rwanda. Rwanda Coffee, a second sunrise.
Rwandan coffee continues to be amongst the most sought-after beans in the world. It elegantly, organically, and authentically embodies the true nature and resilience of Rwandan people. Introduced in the 1900s by German missionaries, it since grew to be a sure Rwandan export commodity thanks to its exciting aromas of chocolate, vanilla, and florals, and pleasant flavors of orange and berry fruits, with balanced citric and malic acidity that gives you a unique feeling, a Rwandan identity of warmth and hospitality.
The coffee sector has been growing at different paces, that's true, given different circumstances. But the goal is to keep improving the production and productivity of the coffee sector.
However, the 1990s crises, including the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, threatened the existence of coffee. But the government of Rwanda's approach, that included the creation of a national coffee strategy, supported by the international funding community and organizations, proved to be decisive in reversing the decline.
It is in the 21st century that the country's local production would gain international acclaim because Rwanda had joined the popular specialty coffee competition known as Cup of Excellence. Today, coffee is the country's fourth large exports, being the second in agriculture.
Every hard work put in by farmers and other actors across the value chain to make sure that the coffee in your cup has all the quality attributes is also rewarding. The Rwandan coffee sector is worth around $68.7 million in exports every year. 64% of it is exported being fully washed, thanks to 309 coffee washing stations in place and more than 70 exporters.
The more you're able to access more markets, the more you're able to position Rwanda as a specialty origin, then everybody ideally gets to benefit. And the first people that start to benefit is farmers who grow that coffee, because their coffee ends up finding markets that coffee goes to, the washing stations that produce that coffee, the exporters that manage the exporting of that coffee. Pretty much whenever the world gets to know the origin, which is Rwanda, and the brand gets to be known, the more that benefit trickles down across the supply chain, across the value chain. Now, specifically with the customer, there's been a turn of events where people are starting to enjoy, people are starting to understand that coffee is not a commodity that's only good for exports, but also that can be consumed locally.
They say the future looks bright to those who believe. Rwanda is doing much more than hoping in order to keep the coffee growth's arrow exponential.
These developments were made possible by our leadership, which recognized the potential in the coffee industry. They began lowering trade barriers and lifting restrictions on coffee farmers. Rwanda Coffee has grown to become one of the leading specialty cups of coffee lovers around the world. This is a result of constant improvements in production and processing standards, as well as the government dedication to increase export revenues and smallholder farmers' income.
I know these last few months have been challenging for all of us, and we're delighted and excited that Rwanda is open now. We've put in place all the necessary measures for health and your safety to ensure tourists have a seamless experience. The tourism industry has a message for you. Yes, you. We would like to challenge you to try something you haven't done before, or even in a while. Like me, riding a horse. His name is Doro. Abamusanze, muraho.
Yego turaho murakaza neza muri Musanze ingagi zarababuze murakaza neza muri parake y'ibirunga abo muri Nyungwe biragenda
turaho. Take a hike across the forest and experience the adrenaline from this canopy. Nshuti zange zo mu Kagera muraho.
Turaho Abanyarwanda, see what's behind me. That relaxing boat ride, bird watching, a game drive experience of Big Five at Akagera Park awaits you. Karibu.
We would like to encourage you to explore your beautiful country and experience the many special promotions we have in store.
Did you know there is a wildlife sanctuary here in Kigali with over 70 endangered grey crown cranes in Isambi? Come experience fun and educational activities for the whole family here at Umusambi Village.
That holiday and honeymoon that you set aside, take it now. You won't regret it.
A weekend getaway from the hustle and bustle.
These breathtaking views from the Twin Lakes await you.
How about hiking in the mountains and cycling with Team Rwanda? Will you join me?
Even in the city ever thought of a staycation, that small bed and breakfast will always take care of you.
For all the food lovers, nyama choma, isambaza, amabrochette, byose turabifite. Local and international delicacies are in abundance. Murakaza neza.
J'espère qu'on vous aura donné envie de découvrir le pays. Tutembere igihugu cyacu.
We are here, Tembere Rwanda.
Nous sommes là, Tembere Rwanda.
Turahari, Tembere Rwanda.
We are here, visit Rwanda.
Tembere Rwanda.
Tembere Rwanda.
Visit Rwanda.
Tembere Rwanda.
Tembere Rwanda.
Tembere Rwanda.
Visit Rwanda.
Your Excellency Jose Maria Figueres, former Prime Minister of Costa Rica. Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Honorable Dr. Gerardine Mukeshimana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda. Honorable Dr. Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources. Juan Esteban Orduz, Chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum. Distinguished speakers, distinguished participants connecting from all over the world. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending where you're connecting from. I'm Claude Bizimana. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Agriculture Development Export Board, and I'll be moderating the opening ceremony, the first sequence. So welcome to the third World Coffee Producers Forum. The first part being held virtually for reasons we all know, and the second part expected to take place physically in Kigali, Rwanda, if the current COVID crisis allows. This is a great opportunity to bring together coffee producers from all over the world, together with other stakeholders along the coffee value chains, to discuss concerns to discuss critical issues of common interests or common concern to growers, including sustainability, climate, environment, and livelihood. Distinguished participants, allow me to take you through the agenda of the day. We've started with the half-an-hour video showcasing Rwanda in general and the coffee sector in particular. And this time we are opening up with the opening ceremony, which will take 1 hour and a half, and it will be divided into 3 sequences. The first sequence will basically launch the World Coffee Producers Forum as a key platform to continue analyzing and addressing the challenges faced by the coffee value chain. And we'll have a video montage of the World Coffee Producers Forum this year, 2021. We'll have a summit overview that will be given by Juan Esteban Orduz, who is the chairperson of World Coffee Producers Forum. We'll also have an opening address by Honorable Dr. Gerardine Mukeshimana, the Minister of Agriculture of Rwanda. The second sequence will have a conversation with eminent leaders on coffee farmers' prosperity and the sustainability of the global coffee value chain. The second sequence, still in the opening ceremony, will have a keynote speaker on coffee farmers' prosperity, and each of these sequences will take half an hour. The third part of the agenda will have coffee regional updates from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The fourth part will have a panel discussion on coffee farmers' prosperity with 5 eminent panelists. And we'll have a summary of panel discussions, of panel conclusions, and take-home message from Rwanda, which will be given by Honorable Dr. Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources. Thereafter, we'll have a closing remarks, which will be given by Ambassador Solomon Rutega, the Secretary General of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, Honorable Dr. Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, representing the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Gerardine Mukeshimana. Then we'll be having the closing remarks from Juan Esteban Orduz, the chairperson of World Coffee Producers Forum. Then we'll have a group photo and some video shootings or outings to coffee farms in Rwanda and in Africa. So allow me this time to give the floor to the technical team for us to be able to see an opening video montage of the World Coffee Producers Forum, which will be followed by a summary overview that will be given by the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum. Can we have the video? So probably before the video is being uploaded, I want to emphasize that this time around, we're expected to be meeting in Kigali physically, but due to the reasons we all know on COVID crisis, we could not meet. And we've decided, together with the World Coffee Producers Forum Secretariat, to hold a virtual meeting today on July 15th with two main objectives. The first objective is to showcase Rwanda as a country, but also the coffee sector. And secondly, to keep the momentum so that at least coffee growers around the world, keep interacting together with other stakeholders along the coffee value chains on issues of common concerns, which vary from sustainability, as I said, climate, environment, and livelihoods. So without taking much more time, we'll be looking at the video montage of the World Coffee Producers Forum, which will be followed by summary overview by the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum, and an opening address by the Minister, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda.
En las áreas rurales, allí es donde se concentra la pobreza, allí es donde uno debe invertir más. No hay ningún activo que tenga mejor efecto que el bienestar de las áreas rurales. Así que cualquier esfuerzo que acordemos junto con los compradores, con toda la cadena de industria, para pagarle un poco mejor a los productores, sería para el beneficio de todos.
Y tenemos una gran oportunidad ahora con La Paz. Es usar, por ejemplo, la experiencia. Y en el mundo no hay experiencia mejor que lo que ustedes, que la Federación Colombiana ha hecho para llevar el desarrollo a esas áreas rurales.
Bem-vindos. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenue ao segundo Fórum Mundial de Produtores de Café. Bem-vindos. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenue ao segundo Fórum Mundial de Produtores de Café.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back again. This time around, the floor is going to be given to Juan Esteban Orduz, the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum, who is going to give us a summit overview. But before that, let me introduce Juan Esteban Orduz. He is the president of Colombia Coffee Federation, Inc., the subsidiary in North America of the National Federation of Coffee Growers of Colombia, representing more than 540,000 Colombian coffee growing families, both domestically and internationally, in trade, promotion, economic development policy, and government relations matters. Mr. Orduz has a vast international experience in the public and private sectors, and he is a global leader and policy expert who co-founded the World Coffee Producers Forum in 2016, together with leaders from all coffee-producing regions, and currently serves as its chairperson. In the coffee sector, Mr. Orduz has served in many board of directors globally. He's an expert in the US-Colombian relations and currently serves as the co-vice chairman of the advisory board of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C., US, and is a member of the bipartisan Colombia Task Force for Peace and Prosperity at the Atlantic Council, still in Washington, D.C., in the US. Mr. Orduz earned a law degree from El Rosario University in Bogota in 1990 and a specialization degree in finance at Los Andes University in Bogota in 1996 to 1997. This is just a summary of a summary. If you want to look more information about the profile of the chairperson of World Coffee Producers Forum, please do visit the website of the forum. Thank you very much. Juan Esteban, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claude, very much. Muchas gracias. A todos. Muchas gracias, Claude. Voy a hablar.
Thank you very much to everybody. I'm going to speak in Spanish on this occasion. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, Mrs. Ministry, Mrs. Mana, Minister Jacques Tom Gavitsinse, which is the CEO of Zimana, a good friend and a collaborator in this work, and especially the President of Costa Rica, Mr. Figueres, the Minister for Ethiopia, Hare Madam, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, speakers and panelists, attendants in general, and ladies, and mainly coffee producers. First of all, an operational announcement. One of our panelists, Mr. Jacques Leslie, who is the president of the management board of the United States and African Foundation, lost a member of his family, and he will not be here with us. But we have replaced him with someone already also very highly qualified. Is the manager of Pocapolo Regional in Africa, who will be standing in for Jack. It is for me a great honor and a privilege to talk to you in this third edition of the third forum. I do this not in my own behalf, but in the name of millions of people dedicated to coffee from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, who joined together 5 years ago to seek how to improve the life of coffee growers, and who continue to be fully committed today. I want to give thanks to the government and the people of Rwanda for the wonderful welcome we have received. This is something that reflects the warm welcome we will receive in 2022 when we come physically to Kigali to continue this forum. In 2016, the concern of coffee growers in the whole world, they were concerned for the difficult situation they were going through. And the small growers are the most vulnerable link. No one would be concerned about the life of producers. And the little that was done was to fit the agenda to the needs of consumers and the industry. That is why even there are many common points in the whole chain, but there are others that are different. For example, very strict regulations beyond what science advises in matters of agricultural work, the economic sustainability of producers, their incomes is one of the main issues for people. From the first forum in 2017 in Colombia and the second one in 2019 in Brazil, as well as the study that we carried out in the University of Columbia, and in this third forum, the objective has always been the same, to try and have the coffee value chain having all links that are prosperous, and not just a few of them. How can a small coffee producer improve his life and prosper if what is paid to him for his produce hardly buys food for him? He will be affected by climatic change. He has no connectivity. How can he improve his farm if he has no access to financial services? Probably he will not even own a title deed for his land. So if the structural conditions are not there to enable him to prosper, then he simply cannot prosper. The international prices, the volatility of those are also a serious obstacle for the producer. The price volatility and speculation make it very difficult for him to plan, to save money, and therefore to prosper. The reality is that coffee growers in the world go from crisis to crisis. And when the conditions improve a little, it is thought that coffee growers don't need support anymore until there is another crisis. And then we go back to the situation we had at the beginning. When we started this discussion a few years ago, in the industry, the coffee growers were dominated by the environmental area and sustainability. The economic part, the income of coffee growers were minimum, until the creation of the World Forum for Coffee Growers helped many of them who were disseminated most of the measures taken then were addressed to the contamination of water sources, environmental issues, social aspects, human rights. All of them are essential, but very few focus on improving the life of farmers. This always took a second place in the coffee value chain, and it was hidden from the eyes of the consumer. The World Forum concentrated on rescuing the visibility and the importance of improving the income of farmers under the premise that the greatest predator of the environment and the communities is poverty. Nobody who is hungry, nobody who cannot feed his family will have the energy or the resources to be concerned for the environment or for the social indicators in his region and in his community. Thus, the first meeting of the forum in 2017 triggered a deep discussion on the income of coffee growers and the need to provide them with economic sustainability, at least at the same level as the sustainability of the environment. In that, there, with the participation of high-level participants, including Bill Clinton, Juan Manuel Santos, and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, among others, as well as a number of the highest-level panelists in all areas. Just to name a few, I will tell you, Starbucks, Ollie's, or business leaders such as Walmart, which is the largest in the world, and people from all coffee-producing regions. All these people, in all the producing chain, well, all this contributed to have to do a responsible job in the coffee industry. This brought about visibility about the world on the economic situation of coffee growers. And in this context, the forum entrusted the University of Columbia, the Columbian Center for Sustainable Development, which is the Columbian Center for Sustainability, under the leadership of Professor Jerry Sachs. They are then to produce a study on the situation of coffee growers and how to improve it. And this was presented in the second meeting of the forum, which took place in Brazil in 2019, as we have seen in the videos we have just watched. From that moment on, the possibility of improving the value chain has improved, but is subject to the market price. This is a fundamental conversation, but it's not the only conversation we must have. That conversation was framed in the concept that today we call the vital income or the living income. The living income is defined as the sufficient income to have a decent level of life for all members of the family. That is drinking water, etc. And a little extra money for emergencies and savings after covering all the expenses of the farm. I will read this in English so that we all understand the following. Living income is defined
education, healthcare, and other essential needs, plus a little extra for emergencies and savings, once farm costs are covered. El ingreso vital.
The living income as a goal is positive. There is no question about it, but it's also concerning that this be the goal because it is limited, static, a little ambitious to improve the situation of coffee growers. We could think that having the living income is discriminatory. Who in a developed country or in the corporate world, for example, would accept his employer to tell him that he is going to give him a salary that will cover their basic needs and a little extra for unexpected circumstances? No one would accept this. And if this would not be accepted in the developed world, why should it be accepted and be sufficient for our coffee growers? At the end of the day, with the living income, we seek a dignified life, but we are negating the possibility of prospering. That is why the living income must be an intermediate stage on the way to the prosperity of coffee growers. And because we have to call things by their name, that is how we should call it and how we should see it. That is an intermediate stop on our way or in the way of the farmer to prosperity. The world now suffers a climatic crisis. The gap between the poor and the rich is enlarging. Those who have keep having more, and those who don't keep having less. The increase in security in many places and the social discontent in many countries affect coffee. The social fabric, building it has taken decades and decades, but breaking it could take just a few months. And then what is the proposal of the World Forum, Coffee Producers World Forum? This is an important moment for many communities and possibly for the entire world, but it's also a possibility for all of us to work together and in our sector we should achieve that the whole chain be prosperous in all links, before the coffee reaches the port, as well as those that are beyond the port when the coffee leaves the country for the destination where it is to be consumed. And in this regard, the forum proposes something that makes the production of coffee really sustainable. The goal cannot be only to take farmers out of poverty. the goal has to be much more ambitious to create along the chain the conditions, the structural conditions, so the producing countries in the market can achieve a real prosperity for coffee growers, so that they keep growing, improving all the time, and ensuring that the next generation continue to produce coffee and prospering.
En forma constante. Naturalmente esto es mucho más fácil de decir que de hacer. Llevamos muchísimos años hablando, diagnosticando y actuando limitada y descoordinadamente. Sin embargo, en el Foro Mundial de Productores, en las discusiones que hemos venido teniendo, queremos proponer un plan de acción que posiblemente no cubra todas las necesidades, todas las dificultades que tiene la caficultura mundial, pero sí algunas. Lo primero es, debemos cambiar inmediatamente, a partir de esta reunión, la meta que buscamos para los cafeteros. La meta que nos guía tiene que ser la de la prosperidad de los caficultores. Tiene que ser lograr para ellos una vida ascendente y no simplemente salir de la pobreza y quedarse allí 1 centímetro por encima de la pobreza sin poder seguir subiendo constantemente. Si estamos de acuerdo en eso, y yo creo que lo estamos, de nuevo, ¿por qué no llamamos las cosas por su nombre? Este concepto de la prosperidad como meta para la caficultura y los caficultores en el mundo requerirá unos análisis, requerirá unos trabajos adicionales, pero es un esfuerzo que bien vale la pena de parte de la cadena. La segunda acción es una acción a mediano plazo. Es promover el trabajo coordinado para que cada país productor desarrolle su Plan Nacional de Sostenibilidad Cafetera. Los retos de nuestros países, si bien son muchos y comunes, tienen características diferentes. El planteamiento es muy directo. Con base en la experiencia de expertos como el profesor Sachs y entidades con las que nos acompañan, el Banco Mundial, el Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo, PNUD, la US African Development Foundation y otros de los sectores públicos y privados que han apoyado esta iniciativa que hemos venido ya discutiendo uno a uno en diferentes partes del mundo, el Foro Mundial de Productores empezaría a trabajar hoy mismo en desarrollar una guía de lo que debería ser y contener un plan nacional de sostenibilidad cafetera para que cada país lo interesa, para que cada país, si le interesa, lo adapte y lo aplique. Con ella y con los gobiernos de los países productores liderando y totalmente comprometidos. Este es un factor fundamental en el desarrollo de los planes nacionales de sostenibilidad cafetera. Las asociaciones de productores, la industria, los organismos internacionales de desarrollo y cooperación y los demás actores interesados podrán identificar los mayores retos de las comunidades cafeteras, podrán establecer unas prioridades nacionales y unos planes de acción en las áreas que sean necesarias en materia de productividad agrícola, conectividad, inclusión financiera o tantas otras y concentrarse en esas prioridades. Estas guías, unos objetivos de desarrollo sostenible cafeteros nacionales más detallados que los ODS originales, serían la base de nuevo de la creación de los planes nacionales de sostenibilidad cafetera que les permita a los países productores liderar sobre el terreno su propio desarrollo, sobre sus propias prioridades, trabajando en colaboración con todos, eso sí, pero sin esperar a que actores externos les indiquen cuáles deben ser sus prioridades, cuáles sus políticas y cuáles sus acciones. Señoras y señores, el Foro Mundial de Productores de Café fue creado para avanzar la agenda de los caficultores, trabajando en llave con el resto de la cadena. Una agenda que conduzca en últimas a la prosperidad para los cafeteros. Esa es la meta en que estamos concentrados y esa es la meta que queremos lograr. Y eso es lo que esperamos lograr de esta primera parte del Foro Mundial de Productores de Café en su tercera edición virtual. La solidificación del concepto de la prosperidad y que estemos de acuerdo en que la prosperidad cafetera es la meta que nos debe guiar. Y trabajar el próximo año, hasta julio de 2022, en la creación de la guía para los planes nacionales de sostenibilidad cafetera, guía que sería presentada en la reunión virtual, en la reunión presencial que tendremos en Kigali en julio de 2022. Muchas gracias, señoras y señores asistentes. Les agradezco a todos por su presencia hoy. Espero que tengamos un foro muy exitoso y unas deliberaciones muy constructivas. Una recomendación final, perdonen que sea operativo, por favor mantengamos los micrófonos apagados, salvo que estemos hablando, para que no se generen distorsiones en las discusiones. Muchas gracias a todos y bienvenidos al tercer Foro Mundial de Productores de Café. Le dejo la palabra a la ministra Mukeshimana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Juan Esteban Orduz, for setting the scene of the meeting, and especially for highlighting the background, rationale, achievements, and the vision of the World Coffee Producers Forum, and the need to make it a key platform to continue analyzing and addressing the challenges faced by the coffee value chain, especially by introducing the guidelines for national coffee sustainability plans in producing, that countries could use at least to organize the coffee value chains, and especially involving all stakeholders along the value chains. So, and again, the appreciations we've made to the government of Rwanda for hosting this 2021 virtual conference, and the in-person meeting that is expected to take place in July 2022. So thank you very much indeed for emphasizing the role, the crucial role of the World Coffee Producers Forum. So this time around, it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Minister, Honorable Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana, the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda. Honorable Minister Geraldine Mukeshimana is responsible for oversight of all agriculture and livestock-related activities in the country, charged with the new policy formulation, oversight of implementation of existing policies, work with other ministries and development partners on issues that affect the agriculture sector, especially land use, land management, trade, commerce, infrastructure, gender, and youth employment. Prior to that, Honorable Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana worked at International Livestock Institute in Kenya, in Nairobi, Kenya, and the National University of Rwanda in Rwanda. She holds both a PhD and master's degrees in plant breeding, genetics, and biotechnology from Michigan State University. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claude. Excellency Jose Maria Figueres, the former president of Costa Rica, Excellency Hailemariam Desalegn, the former prime minister of Ethiopia, Professor Jeff Sachs, distinguished representative from distinguished participants who have joined us in this virtual from all over the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are located. First of all, I want to take this time to warmly welcome you to this Global Coffee Fraternity. And I want to thank you so much for choosing to be with us today. We are meeting today under very strange and difficult times, a situation that has been imposed on us by the COVID-19 pandemic. While we meet to discuss challenges that have always affected the coffee producers in general, it has been aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is my hope that this forum will generate ideas to inform policies that will tackle challenges faced by the coffee producers, as well as seeking ways to increase the prosperity. The Third World Coffee Producers Forum is focusing on how to create the structures that support coffee farmers to achieve prosperity in the medium and long term, with the participation of all of us as stakeholders. These discussions are also to kick off the work toward creating the guidelines for national coffee sustainability plans in producing countries, which will be launched in the second part of the forum in person in Kigali, Rwanda in July 2022. In Rwanda, coffee production has been at the core of farm family livelihoods for so many generations. It serves as a source of cash income. Over 350,000 households that are operating on 42,000 hectares of land. Last year, coffee as a commodity was the fourth contributor to our foreign exchange earnings, which means it plays equally a tremendous role in improving our trade balance, but also our economic performance. Since 2001, coffee washing stations have been built countrywide, and the coffee value chain has seen a tremendous transformation in quality, especially the fully washed coffee. Rwanda fully washed coffee is now well-established markets around the globe. The processing segment of the coffee sector, however, an intergenerational and sustainable coffee industry requires that those at the base, especially coffee producers, have a shared prosperity. As they currently struggle to keep up with the increased production costs and climate change, export, process, wholesale, and retailing companies needs to include the producers as full and equal partners. The proportion of value added needs to equally trickle down to the coffee producers as it does for downstream players, so that the coffee producers and the next generations can have incentives to continue investing in coffee production and maintain their value chains. It's really important that this meeting shape a way towards that. And before I conclude, I want to recognize that the team that has organized this event, the team was led by Juan Esteban, the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum, and Mr. Jean-Claude, the CEO of Rwanda Export Board. Thank you so much for making this happen. I also want to express Rwanda's excitement to host the in-person World Coffee22, with high hope that this time around it will be in more forgiving circumstances without wearing masks. And with these few remarks, I am happy to declare for your kind attention, and please stay safe.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana, for officially opening the meeting, and especially highlighting the importance of having these kind of platforms to discuss issues of concern around coffee value chain. And again, thank you very much for also emphasizing the role of coffee in the Rwandan economy. So this is the end of the first sequence, and I'll hand over to Juan Esteban Orduz for moderating the second sequence of the opening ceremony. Over to you, Juan Esteban, and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Claude, por esas amables palabras. Ahora entramos en la segunda secuencia de la ceremonia de apertura, que es la conversación con líderes eminentes. Tenemos dos grandes líderes que van a hacer sus presentaciones. El ex primer ministro de Etiopía, Haile Mariam Desalegn, que fue primer ministro de Etiopía entre 2012 y 2018, ha sido ministro de Relaciones Exteriores.
Ethiopia has been a foreign minister, has also been the president of the African Union. Today, there are many other things that he has done. He's a person with a wonderful trajectory. Has worked in development, cooperation, fight against poverty. Today, he is the chairman of the board of the Alliance for the Green Revolution, which KCMA International Crisis Group from Washington, and the Haile Mariam Roman Foundation. But the most important thing is that he's one of the people of the African continent that is most respected and who has most struggled in seeking development, prosperity, equity among the African communities. And so, without more ado, I wish to give the opportunity to the minister to speak with us, though he is not able to be present. Now he has sent to us a video, and after that, the former president of Costa Rica will speak after. Therefore, I'll give the floor to the technicians now to play the speech of the former Prime Minister. To project the speech.
While the video shows up, I'm going to repeat a little bit what has been said before, but about Haile Mariam Desalegn. Since our translation is working much better from English to Spanish than from Spanish to English. Mr. Desalegn is one of the most respected voices in development or in working with and for communities in all of Africa. He has an impressive resume. He was the Prime Minister of Ethiopia between 2012 and 2018. He's been Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. He was an advisor to the Prime Minister. He's been the President of the African Union as well, and among many other things. And today he is chairman of the board of directors of the Alliance for a Green Revolution. He's been very much involved into all this, all matters related to sustainability.
Esteve envolvido no trabalho em relação à sustentabilidade.
And he's part of the board of directors of the International Crisis Group.
Faz parte do Conselho
and he's president of a member of the board of directors of the Haile Mariam and Roman Foundation. So I hope we're having video coming soon.
Espero que já tenhamos o vídeo pronto para podermos apreciá-lo.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the World Coffee Producers Forum, chaired by Mr. Ordus, as well as this year's host country, Rwanda, in particular Mr. Claude Bizimana, CEO of the National Agricultural Export Board, and their teams for putting this event together in the midst of this extremely difficult time of the pandemic. I am honored to share the opening of this forum with former President of Costa Rica, Jose Maria Figueres, and Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda. I'm looking forward to hear and learn from them and from Professor Jeffrey Sachs, as well as the impressive group of panelists and speakers from all over the world. My most heartfelt greetings to all the members of the coffee value chain, especially the coffee farmers from all over the world who are gathered today, although virtually, for this event. Your work, passion, and love for what you do bring the world immeasurable joy. Every cup of coffee shared with our families, friends, and colleagues becomes a moment to cherish. Thank you for this. My own country, Ethiopia, through it, my continent, Africa, has contributed this treasure to the global community as the origin of coffee. And every morning when you sip the cup of coffee, you should remember our smallholder farmers who contributed to us wonderful this gift. Few activities enjoy the goodwill that producing coffee does. Everybody knows that people who grow it are good people. At the same time, more and more every day, consumers want to know where it is grown and by whom, if it is environmentally and socially sustainable, and in general, what the value behind the beans they drink are. However, the least talked about sustainability is the economic one. More than 25 million families grow coffee all over the world, most of them smallholder producers. Can they make a living with coffee? Are they able to support their families? Do they have the structure to prosper and make a living that improves our time and ensures that each generation is going to be better than the previous one? Can they survive the consequences of climate change without support? I truly am not sure. Although coffee farmers are so beloved all over the world, they still struggle to make a decent living. In many countries, they cannot even cover their cost of production and face every day deeper and deeper challenges. Internationally, low price and volatility are a huge threat. In just over 2 years, farmers have seen New York coffee fluctuate between as low as US dollar 0.89 to over US dollar 1.6 per pound. Even at the struggle at the highest level, it's very difficult to make a decent income unless the exchange rate helps them, which only happening in a few countries and in a few moments. Another huge challenge that coffee, especially Arabica, faces today is climate change. It has been widely reported that the coffee industry sees that about 50% of the land where coffee, especially Arabica, is grown may not be suitable for the purpose by 2050. Higher temperatures and change in rain pattern are most to blame. Besides, Your Excellencies, the market and climate change, rural areas in producing countries face the difficulties of developing countries, such as insufficient roads infrastructure, lack of basic services, electricity and water, and inadequate education systems, among others. Access to the financial system is another great difficulty in many countries. Besides the obstacles that their own economic situation poses, the impossibility to have an asset as collateral to be considered by banking institutions makes their situation even worse. Formalization of land ownership through titles is an area where many countries need to improve significantly. Your Excellencies, in the last decades, the lack of connectivity and little access to technology have become another main concern. It affects almost every aspect of farmers' lives. Productivity in the farm, access and understanding of the international markets, and their children's education are just a few. I could go on and on talking about access to health, retirement and pension systems, and many other topics, but that would not be helpful. Let us focus on what this meeting is all about: how to achieve coffee farmers' prosperity. Coffee farmers' prosperity is not about guaranteeing that we just take producers out of poverty and give them basic life, just above the poverty line. That needs to be done, no doubt about it, it's crucial, but the so-called living income is just an intermediate step. The great question remains, how can we create the structure for farmers' livelihoods to improve on a constant basis so that they can prosper, and so can their children and their grandchildren and their children's children? The first step is holistic approach to adopt the consequential change that will create the social and economic conditions for prosperity in each producing country. That requires collective actions from the value chain and all stakeholders at the global and domestic levels. Although the goal of prosperity is the same for farmers all over the globe, the road to get there is difficult in every country. Nonetheless, we cannot fit the same size to all. What does each producing country need to address to create the structure for prosperity? Which are the areas that require more attention? Does this involve new legislation? Who are the stakeholders in each country? How does this fit into the overall economic and social policy? And how is it going to be funded? Your Excellencies, therefore, a second step is a deep understanding by producing countries of their priorities and how to tackle them through comprehensive policies and actions. Each one of them should develop its own national coffee sustainability plan. I commend and support the goal of this forum to identify, discuss, and approve the guidelines for such plans. They will be crucial for the government to start creating the plans. In developing countries where resources are extremely limited, such work is highly useful for all involved, starting with the government. International engagement is crucial too. Although some of the challenges are in principle strictly domestic, for example, healthcare, pension of land or land ownership, the implementation of those plans will be requiring the participation of many international stakeholders, starting with each and every link of the coffee value chain, but also from multinational financial institutions, cooperation agencies, consuming countries' governments, and many others. If not through engagement and cooperation, how can we address the consequences of climate change in coffee regions? Institutions like the World Bank, the United Nations, the regional development banks, foundations, NGOs, philanthropists, and others need to participate actively in supporting and implementing the national coffee sustainable plans. Your Excellencies, I wish you a productive deliberation and thank you for your kind attention.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Espero que me estén oyendo. Ahora tenemos nuestro segundo.
Thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me.
To give us his views on prosperity, on coffee growing. He comes from one of the most significant coffee producing countries as well, Costa Rica. Nuestro siguiente líder eminente viene de uno de los países productores de café más significantes.
He comes from one of the most important producers of coffee, who produce very high quality coffee from Costa Rica. His name is Jose Maria Figueres.
Of Costa Rica when he was only 39 years old. It's difficult to summarize all his accomplishments, but I will just mention some, so you know the caliber of this speaker leader that we have participating with us. Voy a solamente a nombrar algunos de los.
I'm only going to talk about some of the most important achievements of Mr. Figueres, because his CV is very impressive, and I think it's worthwhile to look at it. And it's also important to see Mr. Figueres is a very important person in the issue of sustainability and development all over the world. He was the president of Costa Rica for 39 years. One of the priorities of his career and administration, not only as president, but also as Minister of Agriculture previously and Foreign Affairs, was to achieve the sustainability of technology. And after this pandemic, in these very difficult times that we're experiencing, as the Minister Mukeshimana has said, it's important to understand that we have to associate sustainability with technology, and to connect the planet, and to connect our farmers technologically and give them access to technology. Also, President Figueres was a member of the board of the World Economic Forum, was the first director or chairman, was a member of the CAB boardroom, which was created by Richard Branson, and today is a co-president of Ocean United and of the Rocky Mountains board. And he's in general a person who has worked helping the communities in Costa Rica and in other countries, but also has worked to achieve the sustainability not only of Costa Rica, but in the whole world.
Costa Rica, as I said before, when he was 39 years old, as Minister of Foreign Trade, as Minister of Agriculture, he's been a leader in connecting development, sustainable development and sustainability with technology. And now more than ever, we see the importance of technology, of connected, associated sustainability after this difficult times that we have faced due to the pandemic, as Minister Mukeshimana very well put it. President Figueres was member of the board of the World Economic Forum. He was its first executive director. He's been member of the Carbon Boardroom that was created by Sir Richard Branson. And he's today co-president of Ocean Unite, and he's member of the board of the Rocky Mountain Institute Carbon Boardroom. And those are only just a few accomplishments of his to exemplify his level of knowledge, his level of expertise and commitment to all things development and sustainability. So the floor is yours, President Figueres, for your intervention. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Greetings from Costa Rica. Let me see if I can turn this virtual background off, friends, which is not appropriate here this morning. This is now much better. Excellencies, friends, coffee producers from around the world, greetings from Costa Rica. Minister Mukeshimana, thank you very much for welcoming us to your country in this third virtual forum, the World Coffee Producers Forum, and we look forward to being with you next year for this edition, but physically in Rwanda, a country that we appreciate, we respect, and we admire for the many opportunities it has brought to its people through extraordinary leadership and good development policies. Thank you, Mr. Bizimana, for your kind words here this morning. Y muchas gracias, don Juan Esteban, mi querido amigo.
And thank you, Mr. Juan Esteban, my good friend, Orduz, not only for indicating the objectives of this third forum, but also because of your leadership in the life of this forum, which is one of those things that if it didn't exist, we would have to invent it.
Example of Juan Esteban, and I will be switching from English into Spanish. I cannot start my words here without referring to two persons that have contributed through their lifetime to the coffee world in general. One is, of course, Don Jorge Cárdenas Gutiérrez, that extraordinary president of the Federation of Coffee Producers of Colombia, who at its helm for many, many years was a champion of the coffee cause, if I may call it a cause, around the world, both dealing with issues of supply and demand. And I also want to make a comment in these introductory words to the book written about coffee by Robert Bates, the Harvard professor, who adequately and very rightfully so described coffee as the commodity it is, yes, I would argue now becoming more and more a specialty, but also described coffee in its true essence. Coffee as a culture, as a lifestyle, as a mechanism of well-being and income distribution in so many of our countries, which Minister Mukeshimana also addressed in her words just a few minutes ago. I am therefore delighted to participate in this third World Coffee Producers Forum and thank the organizers for their very kind invitation. Friends, coffee producers from around the world, we live in a world of challenging times. To begin with, we have never had more geopolitical tension since the end of the Cold War than we live today, and that affects development opportunities around the world. Secondly, we live on a planet with an economic slowdown for the many different causes that we know, which has reversed the fight against poverty, against equality, against better conditions of livelihood. We are already facing the effects of climate change. You all know the numbers better than I do, but having surpassed 400 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere and accumulating another 3 or 4 parts per million per year because of our development style, puts us on a trajectory where by the year 2050, which is around the corner, we would have surpassed 540 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere, which is a completely different planet to what we know today, with tremendous challenges and difficulties that would pose for livelihoods, for agricultural production, for the way we live our lives. And fourthly, we have been hit hard around the world by this pandemic. But the pandemic has also shown us that we live in an interconnected world, that everything now that happens on one corner of the planet affects us on the other corner. It has shown us that technology is an opportunity, a way forward, and that one of our responsibilities should be to bring connectivity to all corners of the world, and adequate technology to help improve lifestyles on the planet. And it has also shown us that the way forward is not with conflict, but with collaboration, with deep, heartfelt collaboration amongst all of us to improve the state of the world. Guiding us through these challenging and uncharted waters, we have the Sustainable Development Goals. The 17 goals that United Nations agreed to some years ago and that we must complete by the year 2030. The 17 goals of sustainability that Professor Jeffrey Sachs, an extraordinary world figure, an extraordinary champion of development on this planet, helped in a very important way put together for the United Nations to approve, and who will, of course, be here with us after these words. Those Sustainable Development Goals, particularly number 1, ending poverty by the year 2030, and number 13 and 14, 13 being fighting climate change, reducing emissions to half, and number 14, restoring the health of the ocean as a most important ecosystem in our life, have a lot to do with this forum and with the objectives of this forum, which is to move from a living income to a farmer prosperity, an absolutely necessary step. Indeed, our responsibility, amigas y amigos in every one of our countries, is to move ahead guided by the Sustainable Development Goals in combating what I consider to be the 2 most important challenges we have before us. One, of course, is poverty, alleviating poverty, eradicating poverty by 2030. And the other one is being successful in moving our economies to an economy of low carbon emissions that effectively contains the negative consequences of climate change for this planet and for future generations. Now, poverty hits hard in the rurality of our countries, and poverty hits hard in the farming community around the world, much of which is subsistence farming. But poverty has also hit hard in those countries like Costa Rica, like so many represented here, where coffee is a major source of income for hundreds of thousands of families. Climate change has also hit hard on coffee producers around the world. Here in our country, for example, in some of the regions towards the south of Costa Rica on the border with Panama, what we call roya or rust has dealt a heavy hand to coffee farmers and has caused additional strain on their activities. And so in dealing with poverty and climate change as two main challenges in the world of today, it is absolutely essential that we reconsider what we had already called a living income in previous Coffee Producers Forum, and we leave that as a starting point, as Juan Esteban has adequately said in his words, and that we move from that towards a plateau of prosperity for farmers around the world. A living income, which was the terminology adopted back in 2017 in the forum in Medellin, is not acceptable from an ethical point of view, from a moral point of view, from a human point of view. A living income just above the poverty line is not the type of world we want to build, would not be a safer world for all of us to thrive in and be able to provide better livelihoods. And therefore, moving from a living income to a concept of farmer prosperity, which is the work that the forum has asked Professor Sachs to lead over the next year, and then present us with guidelines for national programs of coffee sustainability that allow for the concept of farmer prosperity, is the correct way forward. Farmer prosperity, friends, should be looked at both from the supply and the demand side perspective. From the supply side, we have a lot to do still in our farmlands around the world. Research and development, especially in the face of climate change and of its effects on coffee growing, is an absolute must, and countries must invest heavily into that. Development of new varieties that are resilient or resistant to climate change, that can improve productivity for farmers to increase prosperity, should come out of much of our research and development. Industrial processes which achieve greater value added out of the agricultural production are a must and an enormous possibility for improvement. Organization of farmers, whether it be cooperatives, as in our country and many others, or associations of growers, have the possibility to enable economies of scale that can lower costs and therefore add to prosperity. In our country, I would signal and point out the role of ICAFE, our Instituto Nacional de Café, ably and extraordinarily led by a woman, Aicinia Chavez, who has done an extraordinary job in helping farmers in Costa Rica add value to their agricultural production and their industrial processes, and therefore move up the ladder from a living income to something resembling more in the line of prosperity. Those are some of the elements that we should be looking at in terms of achieving prosperity for farmers from the supply side. From the demand side, there is a tremendous amount of work still to be done in greater market penetration, especially amongst the younger generations of the world. There is a lot that can be done in consumer engagement, in taking the concept of farmer prosperity to consumers around the world that are becoming increasingly concerned, preoccupied, showing much more empathy with farming in conditions that fights against climate change, farming in conditions that respects human rights, but also farming in conditions that allows for prosperity, for people around the planet to live well, the way all of us like to live, and the way that coffee farmers deserve to live. And there's a lot to be done on the demand side with respect to prices. I recall the work of Peter Timmer, also at Harvard University, who published a book called Getting Prices Right. There's a lot to be done in getting prices right to help coffee producers around the world. And so moving in the direction of prosperity and not only a living income is the way future, is the future not only for coffee producers, which we are concerned with in this forum, yes, but for agricultural producers of all different products, commodities, specialties around the planet. It is the only way that we will be able to live in a safer planet, and it is the only way we will be able to comply with Sustainable Development Goal number 1 of eradicating poverty in all its forms and manifestations by the year 2030. That is why this decade is so important for humanity and for the planet. And that is why the work of this forum in moving towards prosperity is absolutely rightfully placed in the center of what should be worrying and taking up a lot of our consideration and thought as we build for prosperity around the world. I look forward to hearing next year from Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who years ago when we were in government really helped us an extraordinary amount here in Costa Rica, with whom we set up the Latin American Center for Sustainable Development that still does extraordinary work for the continent. I look forward to hearing from Jeffrey next year when we learn about the work that will have given us national plans for sustainability of coffee growers that we can all implement within our countries. And I also look forward to joining you next year in Rwanda physically to continue the work of this World Coffee Producers Forum, which is an extraordinary concept, bringing justice, equity, working on these issues for farmers and their families around the world. Thank you ever so much for your kind invitation. I wish you extraordinary deliberations and great work ahead in establishing the national plans for sustainability of coffee producers. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very, very, very much. Can you unmute me? Yes, thank you very, very much, Your Excellency. And thank you very much for your kind words towards Rwanda and leaders of Rwanda, and especially your insightful contribution to this meeting. I'll not try to summarize what you've said. You are eloquent enough for the participants, but also for the world, since we are live, to understand the strong message that you have given us today. So indeed, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, for the message that was given to the meeting today. This brings to the end of the second sequence, and now we have the third sequence, which is on a keynote speaker. We'll be having Professor Jeffrey Sachs as a key speaker on coffee farmers' prosperity. And I'll hand over to the moderator of this sequence, who is Roberto Velez Valero, the Chief Executive Officer of the Colombian Coffee Growers Federation, to introduce the speaker. Over to you, Roberto.
Gracias, Claude.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Warm greetings and a hug to the coffee, especially the coffee producers that are with us here today. For me, it's a great honor and a great pleasure to introduce Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who will be the main speaker of the third World Forum of the world producers of coffee. I think that it would be sort of important to try and introduce him, because he has so many achievements. He has done so much that I can only mention a very few, and I will leave without mentioning a lot of his life achievements. His curriculum is amazing as an academic, as a student, as a professor. His achievements as an author of some of the bestsellers, one of the most prolific economists of the universe. And he has been considered 2 times one of the 100 most influential people in the planet by Financial Times. His role in the Center for Sustainable Investment in Columbia University, the World Institute, the Network of Solutions of the United Nations, and the Land Institute, Art Institute of the University of Columbia, are some of the examples of his leadership. We could continue with a long list, and where we would find in his biography all the roles that he has played, but we have to point out his leadership in sustainable development worldwide. He has received the Blue Planet Prize in the year 2015 for his environmental leadership. But what I'd like to stress today is his work and his commitment with the coffee world, coffee producers. From the year 2016, in the Forum of the Producers, invited him to help establish the priorities of the coffee producers, especially economic sustainability. Professor Sachs understood that in addition to the social and economic difficulties of these countries, the coffee producers have income that is not equitable for those who are in the fields who produce this great grain. Today, in the year 2017, in 2017, he presented to us his vision on the work that they did at the Columbia University to advance towards economic sustainability. And this report became a guideline to guide and moderate efforts in our meeting in Brazil in 2019. And it was a point of reference for the coffee world. In this third forum, the agenda for the producers has advanced. Not only that the producers of coffee overcome poverty, but they reach prosperity. I'm sure that Professor Sachs will give us light on this new proposal, which the coffee sector, world coffee sector, is doing or presenting to the international community, that they be prosperous, that they have incomes that can give him the possibility to progress and advance generation to generation. We have to say it, even though in our language, professor and teacher are synonymous in Spanish. We say profesor for both of them. For the Asian people, they have different words. Professor is that who teaches? Okay, in English they're the same word. But the master is the one we follow. So now he comes. I welcome the master, Geoffrey Sachs, and you have the floor, Professor Sachs. Thank you, Roberto.
Greetings to everybody. My internet connection is a little unstable, so we're going to hold our breath and hope that this works. Let me say what a honor and delight it is to be together with you, the World Coffee Producers Forum and the World's Coffee Producers. And what an honor it is for me also to follow the eloquent words of President Figueres, who is a great leader of his country, a great leader of sustainable development. And Costa Rica is a shining star for the whole world, a country it's electricity 100% clean and wise already more than 70 years ago, not by an army, but by development. And so Costa Rica is the leading light in the world of saying we don't need an army, we need social justice and economic development. And it has proved a wonderfully wise path that I hope all the world will eventually follow. It's the path of the prophet Isaiah. It is the path of Costa Rica. It is the path that President Figueres taught me about when I had the honor to work closely with him. We are here to talk about prosperity of coffee producers all over the world in a very difficult period of pandemic disease and of continuing poverty of coffee growers. Because while coffee is the world's most important beverage and the world's most healthy beverage, the one that keeps us alive, alert, sane, and healthy, it is not by itself providing the kind of decent livelihoods and prosperity for the millions and millions of families engaged in growing coffee. And our challenge is to help set a new global course of policy of companies, of governments, of the United Nations, so that we can move together in action which ensures the sustainability of livelihoods and the sustainability of this beloved beverage, because the world longs for a good cup of coffee. It keeps us sane and peaceful, I think. So this is the challenge. Let me share my screen briefly to discuss a few of the main points that I think lie ahead for this year between now and the Coffee Producers Forum 2022 in Kigali, what I hope to accomplish and what I hope together we can really bring to the policy leadership of the world. So if you'll permit me, I hope and trust you can see my screen. What I want to emphasize, of course, is our starting point, the Sustainable Development Goals. These essentially are the measures of decency and prosperity for people, because the Sustainable Development Goals call for an end of poverty, an end of hunger, universal access to health care, universal access of all children to quality education, at least through the secondary level, universal access to safe water and sanitation, universal access to clean, sustainable, renewable energy, universal access to digital services, which become more and more important in this world. Those who are online can prosper. Those who can't afford to be online or are in regions not covered by digital services will fall farther and farther behind. We need to ensure the internet for all of provided, whether health or education or finance or government services or technical assistance or weather services that come online. And so this is SDG number 9. And all of this, of course, is to be achieved in a context of environmental sustainability. As President Figueres said, notably SDG 13 on climate safety and SDG 15, there is also great threats to land use sustainability. President Figueres talked about the rust that is affecting the crops in Costa Rica. And we have storms, droughts, heat waves, and other challenges that are affecting the very sustainability of food production as well as coffee production. And SDG 15 calls for ensuring that ecosystem functions and biodiversity are protected. So the Sustainable Development Goals are the background for our goal of creating national coffee sustainability plans. This means national planning to ensure that every coffee growing region, subnational, within every coffee growing development goals. This requires not only the analytical effort, but the point I'll emphasize, a scaled up investment in these communities, in their physical infrastructure, in the education and healthcare needed to ensure a decent livelihood. This is what it means to define and to achieve coffee farmers' prosperity, our ultimate objective. I happen to be speaking from Athens today. Athens is, of course, where the greatest ancient philosophers of Western civilization lived, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. And they wrote already 2,000 years ago about prosperity. They used a Greek word called evdaimonia. It means a thriving life. And this is what we want for every person on the planet. And for us, for the coffee producers, we want it for the coffee farmers. Evdaimonia, a thriving life. And that means achieving the Sustainable Development Goals on time and for everybody. So our goal is to identify the priorities, the strategies, and the actions that are needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and coffee farmers' prosperity in every coffee producing country and every coffee producing region. This is the work of the year ahead. Now, I lead for UN Secretary General a program called the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I want to emphasize all of the key words. It's about sustainable development. It's about solutions. That is finding the ways to achieve sustainable development. And it is a network, especially a network of universities and think tanks. So for everybody listening, I want to engage your local universities in this effort as well. So your local experts are participating in this problem solving so that we can get real solutions that make sense locally because that's the only way we can get solutions that will work. Now, we rank at the national level every country in the world every year on progress or lack of progress to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I've just picked an example page of this report. Month to show you for Honduras, a coffee growing country. We give a ranking of more than 100 indicators and then a kind of dashboard for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, highlighting in red challenges of poverty, of hunger, of lack of access to health care, of lack of internet use, and so forth. So we use this index process to identify priorities. And we do that at a country level. I propose that between now and next year, we do this exercise at a subnational level, looking specifically at the coffee growing regions of the world in a geospatially disaggregated way, so that we are understanding what's happening not only at the country level, but in the coffee growing regions of the world. And I would like us to come up with sustainable development goal rankings and dashboards for coffee growing regions around the world, so that we know the baseline. We know where the kids are in school and not in school. We know where the clinics are accessible and not accessible. We know where the water is a matter of crisis or not, where heat waves are a matter of crisis or not, where internet connectivity is present or not present. Because to solve the problems of the coffee producing regions, we need to understand the regions in detail. And the emphasis is on the multi-dimensional aspects of prosperity. Income, of course, but also health care. Fiber can be vital, help action to be real, to make sense, to be applicable, and we'll use the networks of universities to help support this as well. Prosperity is multidimensional. That is the point of the Sustainable Development Goals. So some of the things we need to look at are income poverty rates, ability or not to healthcare, the accessibility or not of children to school, the access to safe water and sanitation, access to
Professor, you're frozen. Maybe if you turn off your camera.
And especially renewable with local specificities.
If you can turn off your camera, we can hear you.
I will do so. Oh, yeah. Okay, I really apologize for the unstable connection. But the point is that we will measure prosperity in a deep way, on a multidimensional way, and in a well-defined manner. Health care, education, water and sanitation, fight are Costa Rica.
Our apologies.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me? I am so sorry. This is just an unstable, unforgivably unstable connection where I am staying. So I was saying that we need targeted research and development. We need farmers to have access to financing for critical inputs, some mechanization perhaps, irrigation, land restoration. And all of this, as we know, we in recent years requires partnerships of the companies, the buyers, the nations, the multilateral development banks, bilateral donors, the green climate, and others. I work with all of those international organizations, and I want to bring them to this effort, that they are doing their job for the world's coffee producers. Nations let me conclude by emphasizing the difficulty we face. This is a solution challenges of the world. Of course, the pandemic is a nature-based challenge, but on top of that, in September, there will be a UN Food Systems Summit, and the Food Systems Summit, I'm part of that planning process. Bringing the coffee growing issues into the UN Food Systems Forum. In October, there will be the opening of the COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity in China. In November, there will be the COP26 of the Paris Climate Agreement and UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Then next year, we will have the Kigali Coffee Producers Forum, and the G20 will have the presidency of Indonesia in the Bali Summit next year. And that is a very important opportunity because with Indonesia hosting the G20 and being president of the G20, you have a coffee growing country that is aware of these issues and a leading developing country that is committed to using the G20 to help support financing for sustainable development. So we have a very rich year ahead of active work to define for each coffee producing region of the world the state of sustainable development needed for this global partnership that will be essential, the global partnership of the roasters and the buyers, the consumers, the producers, the governments, the United Nations institutions, the specialized agencies, the multilateral development banks. It's a big group. They need to be corralled to support the national coffee sustainability plans. That is our agenda, and I am honored and absolutely delighted to be working with you on this great challenge. And I am truly optimistic that we will make important progress together in the coming year. And when we meet in Kigali, we will have a sense of accomplishment and a forward direction. Thank you so much. Again, apologies for the instability of my internet, but I hope that enough of that came through to be helpful. Back to you.
Thank you, Professor Sachs. I will be very, very brief before turning to Claude Bizimana. But I want to thank you, and I want to tell you that as we did since 2016, we're looking forward to working with you and your team on this specific plan and this specific contribution of the World Coffee Producers Forum to the coffee growers from all over the world. So thank you very much, and back to you, Claude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Indeed, the contribution is well appreciated, and we look forward to warmly welcoming you in Kigali in 2022. Thank you very much. So this brings to the end of the opening ceremony. As I said earlier, it had 3 sequences, and now we're going back into regional updates, coffee regional updates. We'll be having updates from Africa, from Asia, and from Latin America. So I'm going to hand over to the moderator, Vanusha Noguera, who is the Executive Director of the BSCA, the Brazilian Specialty Coffees Association. Over to you.
Obrigada, Claude. Olá a todos. Espero que estejam todos bem. Infelizmente,
as a member of this forum, we decided to do a small explanation to all of you how we are going to solve all those situations in one of those biggest regions of production of coffee in the world. We would like also to thank more than 3,000 people that are listening to us and also part of this, and also people that are seeking to bring solutions to our coffee sector. That is very important to all of us. We also would like to start our explanation, and also for Asia, the representative of Asia, of the coffee production, will be Mr. Anil Bhandari, that is the chairperson of the India Coffee Trust in India, and he also talked to us for 5 minutes regarding the situation of coffee production and also the general problem in Asia. Mr. Bhandari, please take the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm happy to say a few words on the Asian perspective today. I don't think I'll be talking too much about Asian production because I think everybody knows much about the Asian production. I'll concentrate on something else. I also congratulate my good friend Juan Esteban and the National Agricultural Export Development Board of Rwanda for this event, for this great event, and I wish them all the best for Kigali next year. The price situation of the last few years has impacted every coffee farmer in the world, and Asia is no exemption to this phenomenon. This crisis has exposed a few hard truths to all of us. The first is that the governments of producing countries have not, by and large, been able to guarantee a prosperous income for our farmers. The next is that the grower associations have had little success in engaging the commercial coffee sector in a dialogue that promises a prosperous living income to the farmers. The next fact is that the commercial sector has for years seen significant prosperity and profits, but have shown no real inclination to share any of this with us. The fourth truth is that the ICO, our apex intergovernmental body, has not to date achieved any breakthrough in leveling the playing field on behalf of the coffee farmer. However, ICO has set in motion a process by which it hopes the coffee landscape would be transformed in the next decade in favor of the coffee farmer. To this end, a public-private task force was created at the ICO to evolve and implement short, medium, and long-term strategies to redress the imbalance. That effort is now underway. So what is really the basic problem all these years for the coffee farmer?
Qual é o maior problema para os produtores de chá?
Why is he or she continuously in the same position decade after decade down our history? There is only one basic reason for this state of affairs. That is that there has been continuously a surplus of coffee in the world market. And unless we attack the situation, we will never climb out of the economic hole that we're in. So, as we, and I'm sure most of us see it, the only solution to a permanent crisis is to eradicate the global coffee surpluses. Absolutely no other solution can be effective. We need to rapidly increase global coffee consumption, period. And we have to convert a buyer's market to a permanent seller's market. It is our belief, and that of most analysts, that this opportunity lies in the Asian market. Look at it this way. More than half the world's population lives on this continent. It has the largest consumer market in the world. It has the largest middle class of any continent by far, probably more than all the other continents put together, with 2 billion middle class people. Most importantly, most countries in Asia are witnessing an unprecedented growth in consumption of coffee in the last decade. Here are a few numbers. Japan, with a population of 127 million, has a coffee sector turnover of $34 billion US. South Korea, with 51 million, does $13 billion. China, with a population of 1.5 billion and a middle class of over 800 million, does $12.5 billion in coffee and has a coffee industry growth rate of about 20%. Indonesia, with a population of 274 million, has a growth rate in coffee of 11%, and in 2019 consumed 4.8 million bags of coffee. Taiwan, with 24 million people, has a growth rate of 7.5% in coffee. Vietnam, with 98 million people, consumed over 2.7 million bags of coffee in 2019-2020 and has a growth rate of over 8%. All these countries, including the producing ones, import coffee to meet their growing domestic market. Therefore, I would like to put forward the proposition that the future prosperity of coffee growers worldwide and the prosperity of the entire coffee chain lies in the vast Asian market. If the global coffee sector and all its organizations, both governmental and non-governmental, evolve a clear, well-funded and focused strategy to rapidly increase Asian coffee consumer market, we do have an opportunity to convert what is now a buyer's market to a seller's market and bring about that prosperity and quality of life which we desire for every coffee farmer in the world, where demand is always greater than supply. That's what Asia can potentially do for the coffee world if the rest of the coffee world works for it. Thank you, and please stay safe.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Bandari. Foi prazer tê-lo conosco.
Thank you so much.
It has been a pleasure having the colleagues that have represented Asia.
I would like to invite right now Mr.
René Gomes,
General Secretary
the
of Vamos
Secretary of the Cooperation for Technology of Coffee, that represents Guatemala, Nicaragua, Honduras, Panama, Republic, Dominican Republic,
is the
Jamaica,
area that covers
Mexico.
Panama,
Mr. Rene is
Costa
going to
Rica,
talk to
and
us
he will basically
on
talk
behalf of
in
all
the
the
name
Latin
of all the
American
Costa
countries
Rica
and
producers of coffee
Mr. Rene,
in
kindly.
Africa, Latin America.
De valor que participan del evento. Un saludo especial a los panelistas.
Thank you very much and greetings to all the panelists. Thank you, John Stephen, for the opportunity to participate and share today the information, a summary of what we have in the production of coffee in Latin America. In Latin America, we have 20 producing countries. They are producing 60% of the coffee that is available in the whole world. It's about 97 million bags of 60 kilos. That includes some of the most important countries in the world as far as volume and quality. In our region, we have more than 80% of the producers, of the production, in the hands of the small producers. In our countries are similar as far as their type of coffee, but each one has priorities and accents that each country establishes as its priorities. Brazil has intensive production. Colombia has a very high level in the market. Honduras, Mexico, and Peru have a more social focus. Guatemala, Costa Rica, Salvador also, and others have a great focus on quality. Our countries have a diversity of attributes and profiles which come from the special conditions of the atmosphere and the way they manage the production. In all our countries in Latin America, the production of coffee is very important. It's a very important sector, and this importance comes from the seeking foreign exchange, creating employment, income for families, and also the positive impact that this has for the environments, especially for producing coffee back Anderson. The production of coffee faces many challenges in spite of that. We want to stress the lack of economic sustainability, which in the last 6 years has been exacerbated by the adverse climatic situations, droughts that have affected Brazil, variations in temperature that had never been seen in the region. These then there are different sicknesses against which we have struggled, and new illnesses of coffee come up, and in addition, the COVID-19, which has affected the work of collecting coffee, increasing the cost, and from the point of view of the market, it limits the spaces for consuming coffee. I'd like to stress that in addition, there are new challenges related to the restrictions of which the market imposes in the use of agricultural products that are used to produce coffee, that are imposed by the consumers, the main consumers, some of which still do not have alternatives which would allow the producers to control the plagues and so on. And this affects the production and the possibility of development of our coffee producing communities. It increases the difficulty of producing the quantities and qualities that the market requires. In spite of the challenges and the great difficulties which our producers experience, these implement integral strategies that contribute to resilience and adaptation. There's an added value, the production promoting internal consumption, innovative technology include part of the efforts that we are carrying out in the whole of the Latin American region. For Latin America, the production of coffee is the pillar that sustains the rural economy. It captures resources for commercialization of coffee, and there are other services related to coffee. It contributes to the social progress, counteract hunger and poverty by generating employment and conserving the environment. So prosperity is security against immigration. It protects natural resources such as water, forest, and biodiversity. Thinking an objective towards the future, as I said, our region stresses the interest to advance and to achieve prosperity for the families. And this is a step forward that leads us towards sustainability and integral development. We value the work of the OIC and the World Forum of Producers. We value their work, and we know that we need to correct inequity in the distribution of resources. The countries that produce currently work in lots of changes, and we are seeking greater efficiency and adaptation. However, it is essential to promote changes and improvements in the distribution of wealth in the rest of the chain of values. This distribution should be associated with the risk that each actor assumes or takes up. And finally, I'd like to indicate that transparency and equity are basic pillars for advancing towards sustainability, and consequently to ensure a constant supply of quality coffee as our consumers require in the whole world. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and greetings to everyone.
Your intervention has been excellent. We started with Asia, and we've crossed the Pacific, and we've spoke about Americas. Now we are going to cross the Atlantic Ocean, and also invite our colleague who's going to be speaking on behalf of Africa in the context of production of coffee. And speaking about the African continent and all the countries that produce coffee, we are going to have Mr. The president of the Agency for Coffee of Africa, and also representing Madagascar, who's Mr. Akrem, who's representing Gabon, Cameroon, Central Africa, Congo, Republic Democratic of Congo, Togo, Angola, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Mr. Goutou, the floor is yours.
Merci pour m'avoir passé la parole. Donc, vous avez oublié de citer le Ghana, hein, qui est aussi membre de la CRAM. Merci. Bien, alors, donc, comme vous le savez, je vais parler en français. J'espère que tout le monde me reçoit parce que la connexion est souvent très difficile.
I'm going to talk in French, and I hope everyone can follow me, and I'm going to be a bit fast. Thank you, distinguished guests, conveners of this forum, distinguished guests, in your respective qualities. Dear friends, and the chairman of the World Coffee Producer Forum, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to take this opportunity as the chairman of the Robusta Coffee Agency of Africa and Madagascar to participate to this World Coffee Producers Forum. I would like to congratulate and thank the organizers of this third forum, World Coffee Producers Forum, taking place in Kigali virtually in the 1000 Hill country. The two previous sessions of this forum helped us to come up with two different mechanisms to decrease the fluctuations of prices of coffee internationally. for the sustainability of the small-scale producers. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 that appeared in 2020 has got a severe impact on the coffee farmers. And the International Coffee Organization said that published an article on the effects of the COVID-19 on coffee. 70% of coffee producers have seen their income decrease because of the pandemic. As we all know, despite sustained consumption of coffee, the health measures that were taken have gotten a negative impact on the sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Africa, COVID-19 has led to a significant decrease of income, and it has increased the vulnerability of our local producers. And on a survey produced in 2020 regarding the impact of the COVID-19 on the small-scale producers, more than 75% of small-scale producers reduced their sales by 54%, and it's hard for them to have access to input for their activities. COVID-19 has also reduced the access to market, and there has been an increased appreciation of dollars, and travel restrictions have got also a negative impact on the sector. Despite the participation to the virtual exhibitions, it has been hard to have access for the buyers, and we can add other logistics difficulties related to export. In this context, where exports have decreased, we need to launch efforts for processing and local consumption. Therefore, projects such as the project on the increase of local consumption and the training of young people for the coffee sector, and in partnership with OEAC and the International Center for Trade, we have initiated some of these measures. And we have to agree that in Africa, the level of processing and local consumption is still weak in Africa, apart from Ethiopia. The consequence of this situation is that a major part of coffee has been exported, especially without any control on the sales cost, and urbanization of Africa has favored local consumption and processing of coffee in Africa. However, the pandemic has affected negatively in Africa, and now we are trying to improve local consumption in Africa, and we are trying to diversify supply so that we can create a coffee industry to increase consumption. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to the report on the market, the production of coffee in Africa for 2020-21 is at the same level as the previous year, that is 0.6 million of bags, which corresponds to 10% of the world production of coffee in the world. Now, how can we improve the quality of non-processed coffee? How can we find market so that we can have better prices to increase the income of the coffee producers? Those are challenges that we need to overcome apart from COVID-19 pandemic. So those are the things we need to carry out on our continent. To conclude, I would like to pay tribute to all the International Organization of Coffee for their efforts to guarantee resilience of coffee in a context which is very hard. I would like to thank the chairman of the World Coffee Producers Forum, my friend Juan Jones, for all the efforts deployed to succeed this event. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Bouton. Very happy to see you too.
Thank you, Mr.
Agora,
Bouton.
eu gostaria de passar novamente ao
I would like to
Claude,
pass
nosso,
one more time to Mr. Claude,
nosso mestre de cerimônias,
our moderator, such that he can continue with our event. Thank you all for the attention.
Thank you very much, indeed, Vanusha Noguera, for moderating this session on Coffee Regional Updates. We've received updates from Asia, Latin America, and Africa, and we've learned a lot of things from this presentation. We have people who are following these discussions, and they have been provided a chat box for comments. So kindly, speakers, if you see comments, you'll be able probably to get back to some of the questions that are being raised by participants to this meeting. We are 17 minutes late for the following panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Honorable William Kwaito, Chief Executive Officer of the Tree Crops Development Authority. And he will introduce our 5 eminent panelists. And then right after that, we'll be having a summary of panel conclusions and take-home message, especially to Rwanda, by Honorable Dr. Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and More Resources of Rwanda. So, Honorable William Kwaito, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Chief Executives, It is a pleasure to be part of this program. And I want to also thank my minister, Honorable Dr. Osofrie Agoto, the Honorable Minister of Food and Agriculture, for asking me to stand in for him. This program, I know, is about a 3rd time running. And of course, putting the producer or the farmer at the center of all events is very, very important. And so with me here to discuss the prosperity of the farmer or the producer are eminent coffee experts who are going to discuss this topic. And they are, one, Dr. Ines Burus. He holds a PhD and he's the CEO of Burus Development. We also have Amir Hamza, Chairman, African Farm Coffee Association. 3, Dr. Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, who is a PhD Vice President for the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Unfortunately, Jack Leslie, Chairman of the U.S. African Development Fund, could not make it and has asked Jeff Gilio, an agricultural development practitioner, to stand in for him. We are grateful to Jack Leslie for bringing us somebody at the last minute. Dr. Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, also a PhD holder, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Regional Director for Latin American and the Caribbean, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, is also to be on this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who are going to discuss the ways by which, of course, we can look at the need of the producer. The producer's child must come up to take up the business so that they continue to feed the world this fine coffee that we enjoy. But before they come on board to do this discussion, we have been told that before the formation of the WCPF, that is the World Coffee Producing Forum, in 2016, the effort to advance the agenda of coffee producers were scattered. And when discussed, it was mostly framed under the need to address the immediate concerns of consumers, mostly directed at the environmental and responsible agronomic practices, water conservation, etc. And also, attention was given to social issues such as child labor, human rights, discrimination, etc. And then aspects of sustainability. Economic sustainability was never discussed. It was always relegated to the background. Now, we have gone through these struggles, but the tide is not changing. The first meeting of the WCPF in 2017 in Colombia triggered a deeper discussion on economic income by having high-level speakers, but it included former President Bill Clinton and President Juan Manuel Santos of Colombia, and experts such as Professor Jeffrey J. Sachs, who just spoke, and analysts from all the inks of the value chain, from producers to traders, and all those who matter, even including stalwarts like Walmart, addressing the issue and raise the awareness on the need to take care of the producer. Today, we are going to give it a broader picture. Since that time, the discussion has evolved and the awareness about the situation of farmers has increased sufficiently. In the beginning, it was mostly framed in the impact of low international coffee prices, and lately it has turned into how to achieve just a living income for farmers, which is concerning to the World Coffee Producing Forum. As defined by Fairtrade, one of the main certifying organizations, that a living income is defined as sufficient income to afford a decent standard of living for all household members, including a nutritious diet, clean water, decent housing, education, health care, and other essential needs, plus a little extra for emergencies and savings, once farm costs are covered. This is a very broad definition, and I wonder if in Africa here, our coffee farmers do have this level of income. In this frame, the World Coffee Producing Forum wants to start a more meaningful discussion, not about how to take farmers out of poverty with a living income, but how to be much more ambitious and create a true structure that will allow for coffee farmers prosperity. That is, to ensure that they will be able to have an upward trending livelihood, improve their lives constantly, and ensure that younger generations will be better off and will continue producing coffee. In short, our discussion, we hope that the vast knowledge of the panelists and their expertise will help us address these issues and answer questions such as the following, with practical answers based on our experiences. What should a coffee-producing country address to achieve prosperity for farmers? What should be their priorities? How can governments of CPC's coffee-producing countries lead the process? What is the role of the private sector? What is the role of the multinational, multilateral financial institutions, corporations, agencies, and NGOs? How can the work of these players be articulated? And if you want, we can also ask, which do you think are the biggest threats? These are the issues that our panelists are going to discuss for us to find answers to. The panelists, you're welcome, and by the modalities, each of these panelists is going to introduce the topic and talk for between 3 to maximum 4 minutes. After that, questions will be allowed, and this same panelist would answer the questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the contribution of these panelists. And I would humbly ask that I start with Dr. Heinz Burrus, CEO of Burrus Development.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much, Juan Esteban, for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be part of this panel. So as a short introduction, this was kind of the topic of my PhD research, so how to make farming attractive to youth. And one of the short answer is that we need to make it profitable. Profitable means that we need to go beyond a living income. We need to go beyond a prospering income. We need to make farming attractive. That means we need to make it resulting into a profit. And in order to make a profit, I think it's important to consider the smallholder farmers as an organization. That means that, in my opinion, costs needs to include a living wage. That needs to be included into the cost calculation, and a profit needs to come in addition to that in order to make the coffee activity profitable. But beyond that, what I think is important, and in relation to your questions, I think that it's important to move forward and to share risks, to share profit, and to share power. Today we are in monopoly market. That means that there are a lot of sellers and only a small number of buyers. And I think it would be very interesting to have also the impressions and the opinions of the other panelists in order to know how to break those kind of power dynamics and what type of policies we need to put in place in order to move forward. In terms of sharing profits and sharing value, I think it's really important to move towards traceability of value distribution, equitable value distribution. We have heard a lot from Jeffrey Sachs as well as from other people before in the meeting that we need to share value. The question is then how? And in order to share it, we need to know how much was created and by whom. So in order to respond to the question, what should a coffee producing country address to achieve prosperity for farmers, I think that's one of the key priorities. Moving forward, not only, maybe that's also a part of the private sector's responsibility, and in order to respond to the public sector responsibility, I would love to speak about improving social security. That means how can we also ensure a retirement pension fund for farmers? How can we ensure improving infrastructure, physical infrastructure, but as well network infrastructure? We talked about technology, improving also the access to mobile applications for farmers. I think those are key points. I don't want to talk too much, and I would love to also have a discussion with the other panelists. So maybe I will stop there, and happy to contribute later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Burris. That is good of you. You want to say that the business should be profitable, and when it's profitable, of course, producers will have a profit, and that producers should do the work of producing as a business, and that is the only way they can identify the profit that they make. Again, total profit made in the industry should be known, how much is made and who is making what, and this profit should be shared. Thank you so much for your ideas. Can we now also listen to yes, next on the agenda, we'll listen to I think, Jeff. Yes, Jeff Gilio.
Yes, thank you. Great, I'm wonderful. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody all over the world. Thank you for having me here today. I know that everybody expected our chairman, Jack Leslie, but unfortunately he's unable to join. I'm grateful and privileged to speak on this panel with such distinguished guests. And it's an honor to speak on behalf of the United States African Development Foundation and the work we do directly with African coffee farmers. I feel that it's prudent that all hear a little bit of background about USADF and what we do as a foundation to increase the incomes and support coffee farmers throughout the continent. USADF has a different approach, a different development approach than many other government aid agencies. As a small government agency with limited resources, financial resources, our efforts are highly targeted to helping improve the lives and livelihoods of people in the most underserved and vulnerable communities in Africa. We are highly focused on agriculture and food security, where we are providing grants to agricultural cooperatives to help them develop better enterprise skills, working directly with farmers to improve crop production and distribution capabilities and help them access markets. Our approach is a bottom-up approach, not a top-down approach. We emphasize working with local partners who who can be in the field with the farmers. We begin this by providing seed capital in the form of a development grant to an enterprise or a cooperative to build up its capacity and to put in place strong management and government capabilities. This can be a grant of up to $100,000. Then we add a growth capital so that enterprises can link to new markets, expand their production, and other items that are prudent for their development, and this can be a grant of up to $250,000. Finally, we provide grants for enterprises to access new and existing capital to support its sustainable growth. Over 40 years, we've been doing this model, and we've proven that small-scale grants given directly to startup enterprises and cooperatives can have a very sizable return. On average, for every $10,000 that USADF has invested in agriculture, we have created 25 agricultural jobs and 19 in youth-based enterprises. Everywhere we work across the continent in Africa, we seek to tap into local expertise and capabilities, working with a variety of implementing partners. Our partners include corporations, foundations, nonprofit organizations, and host country governments that contribute matching funds. We believe this community-led development approach supports uniquely African designed and African delivered solutions. In turn, this model offers a greater level of farmer and community ownership in these solutions, and we believe this leads to higher impacts. Between 2016 and 2020, we invested $8.5 million in 47 different coffee cooperatives in 6 African countries: Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. In some of these instances, we provided grants to cooperatives to purchase essential equipment, such as washing stations, water systems, transport vehicles, and storage facilities. We also support cooperatives with working capital and trainings in the use of fertilizers, compost, harvesting techniques, other best practices, enhancing soil quality, and pruning skills. Looking ahead, we're developing a more extensive coffee-specific strategy with the goal to ramp up a set of farmer trainings that will encompass value chain mapping, agribusiness assessment, and farmer access to financial services and markets. We believe that this approach will really help us and future coffee farmers obtain the quality level of income that is needed for them to reach these goals that have been mentioned during this discussion. We're also looking for a cloud-based collaboration platform to share knowledge that farmers need to succeed. In order to achieve this, we're partnering with a great organization named Ethos Agriculture, a team of specialized coffee sector and supply chain experts. I look forward to this discussion. It's very much something that I'm very passionate about in terms of how do we increase farmer incomes, how do farmers get the most money possible, because to me that is really the success of many different organizations and agendas, and we should all take it very seriously. Thank you.
Good, Jeffrey, and thanks for that exposition. You also have to do more with resourcing of these farmers. You give grants and you provide market access to their activities. You also look at training and capacity building, and you have invested almost about $8.5 million in Africa and elsewhere. Thank you so much. That is what Jeff of USADF does. Next, we'll listen to Amir Ismail.
Hello.
Yes, Amir. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm very honored to be on this panel today. My name is Amir Hamza Ismail. I'm from Tanzania. I'm the current chairman of African Refined Coffees Association, which covers nearly 11 countries in Africa. Looking at the issue of farmer moving from living income into prosperous income, and my background being coming from a family with a small farm of coffee to today building one of the largest insoluble coffee plants in Tanzania. From the experience, it shows that the poor farmer in the African continent has been neglected for years and years. You can see that we are talking of living income into prosperous income, but currently the farmers on the African continent, many farmers, are below the poverty line. They are below the living income. And the biggest issue is farmers not getting extension services, being taught how to cultivate proper coffee, good agriculture practices, lack of extension services, and lack of access to finance, affordable funding whenever a farmer needs something for his health, for education, for his life. It's not that easy. So what happens is that the other stakeholders in the coffee value chain, you find them that we got traders coming in from other continents or multinationals. We got the value adders coming in from different parts and different countries. But when you come to the country itself, you find that there's a problem of affordable funding. The funding is not proper in order to make local consumption increase, because to get good quality coffee to our local community, especially in East African countries, you find that the consumption is not that much high. It is low because getting proper nice coffees at affordable price in rural areas there is a lack of vending machines, lack of proper coffee shops in rural areas. When you come to the high class coffee shops, the prices are not affordable. So there is a problem of value addition, proper funding, extension services, stability by the government, the policy stability, changing policies, because coffee is politics in each and every consuming countries, especially in the African continent. But we believe that Africa is next giant in consumption. The young generation coming up requires new varieties, new drinks and energy drinks, which are now, coffee is going to be the next drink for the young generations. Today, African continent produces about 10% of the world coffee production. But African continent imports back into Africa value-added coffee of more than 20%. You find the countries producing the coffee do not consume that much coffee. Only if you take example of Ethiopia in Africa, they are well off, but rest of the countries are not that much, the people don't consume that much coffee. So you get the value-added coffee back into African continent. The countries consuming a lot of coffee, you go to Egypt, you go to South Africa, you go to North African countries, you go to Sudan, etc. So you find all the value addition is done out of the continent. In order to increase the farmers' prices, you need the value addition to be done at the local areas, if it's possible to do more and more at the local areas. And this will be done by giving them better support on the funding side. They should be funded properly. Easy funding should be available. When you go to our countries, to the banks for funding, you find the funding's interest rates vary from nearly 7% to 17%. Whereas if you go to the out of African continent, the interest rates to the traders, to the industry builders is very low. The funding is low. So the biggest problem is funding for the farmers themselves, funding to the value addition within the country, and then we have the government policies which need to be adjusted to have good business environment for investments. And at the same time, we have to encourage our youth to go into it. We should have a win-win situation between the stakeholders, the consumers and the producers. There should be a win-win situation. Because currently, if you look at the price of a cup of coffee in a good coffee shop, it's around $2 to $3, up to $5. And you get about 50 to 100 cups from a kilo. And the farmer gets hardly $1 to $2 at the farm gate level. That's one. When you find the NGOs and financial institutions coming to the developing countries, the farmer, what ends up in farmers' pocket or farmers' area of support, you'll find most of the funding is used, about 80% or 70% is used in administration of those fundings. So we have to look from all the angles. And from my my perspective, I feel that with the 5G and the latest technologies coming to the world, 5G, cryptocurrency, and the new tech of sales will be doing direct sales from the farmers, or at least from the farmers area, directly to the world, consuming that world of coffee consumer. That will help us. Thank you very much.
The time is almost, okay, that's good. The time is up. Thank you so much. Well, Amir enumerates the challenges in coffee production in Tanzania and for that matter, Africa. I think that credit is very expensive here, and we also have challenge of extension officers not being readily available, and so production is low. Making the coffee is very expensive. So consumption is very low in Africa, and it is only left to the elite who are able to afford a cup of coffee. So finding solutions to these challenges will make a number of people go into coffee production. It will, of course, increase the prosperity level of farmers. That is Hamza's idea. Thank you so much, Hamza. And the next person is Carlos Felipe. Dr. Carlos Felipe. Shall I listen to you, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this invitation. I'm honored to be in this panel. Having worked just as an introduction, having worked on coffee for many years since I was quite young, I worked in the government of my country as a policymaker in Colombia, and also with quite a few other Latin American countries on coffee and agriculture in general. But today I'm here representing the World Bank. I'm the Vice President for Latin America, even though I also worked quite a bit until last year in East Africa, based in Nairobi with Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, etc. So I also know that area well. But let me speak on behalf of the World Bank Latin America and make 3 points very quickly in these 3 minutes. The first one, we care about smallholder farmers in coffee and in other crops. There are some 16 million smallholders that play a major role in agriculture and food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. In this region, the smallholder farmers account for 80% of the farms. They occupy a bit over a third of the agricultural land, and they're responsible for 2/3 of the jobs in agriculture. The smallholders are also important because they produce about half of the food grown in the region. And smallholders represent a significant livelihood source for many. And with the right policies and investments, they can be a pathway out of poverty for millions. So we think that it is important that smallholders remain prosperous, productive, and resilient, and that they continue to play an important social and economic role in their economies, in their countries, including more actively in delivering environmental services, which is something the world is placing high priority today. Coffee farmers can play a huge role in this smallholder universe, taking into account that in my region of Latin America and the Caribbean, exports have been accounting annually for over $10 billion. And coffee engages some of the most vulnerable populations that we target, including women, including indigenous peoples, and including people of Afro origin. Second point I would like to make is that smallholders have a difficult life and they face very serious challenges. Their prosperity is often in question, and shocks can affect them drastically. Among the key challenges are, number one, aging populations. Number two, low coffee yields. Number three, low quality processing. Number four, barriers to accessing higher income generating markets. And number five, climate change shocks and weather shocks. And this is just a sampling of the most important challenges. These multiple threats require significant, multifaceted efforts that need to be coordinated across public and private sector, including cooperation agencies and institutions like the World Bank, as well as NGOs. And let me make a third and final point of what we are doing at the World Bank. We are developing in a new approach, a new way of seeing the support to economic development that departs from previous development strategies, as it recognizing more fully that socioeconomic progress must go hand in hand with the preservation of the environment in a very deliberate manner. It sets a path to achieving lasting economic growth without aggravating inequality or ecosystem degradation. We call it the GRID approach, the Green, Resilient, and Inclusive Development approach. It is still under development, but I think it holds promise for support of smallholders, including those producing coffee. We know that coffee producers can provide valuable environmental services if they are supported in managing their production in green and clean ways. For example, coffee plantations we know well provide good habitat for insect communities, and coffee agroforestry systems improve biologic carbon sequestration, biodiversity, timber volume, and they help reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So coffee smallholders play a huge role in reducing emissions that can be amplified through further support for conservation agriculture. And critically, there are also complementarities between these environmental service provision and productivity that can lift farmer revenue. So let me conclude by saying that smallholders must be supported so they can confront the challenges they face, so they can transition to a greener, resilient, more modern, sustainable, and responsible model of production. And this can be achieved by concerted action among governments, policymakers, private sector, the development community, farmers, and consumers. All play an important role in exploring options for the use, particularly of new technologies, capacity building to facilitate good decision making and promoting innovations. Smallholder prosperity is key to addressing rural poverty and to rebuilding the middle class that has been pummeled during this pandemic in the region of Latin America. With that, I go back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Thank you. Good, thank you. Thank you, Carlos. That was brisk. Of course, he underscores the importance of smallholder farmers, particularly when it comes to coffee plantations, vis-a-vis protection of the environment when we talk about climate change. So he thinks that because of the role that they are providing almost about 50% of the food need of the world, every government, development partners, and all who care and matter should give every support to that smallholder farmer. And here he underscores the needs of the coffee farmer. So that is to us all managers of various economic issues in our countries. We'll now also listen to Luis Lopez of UNDP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank very especially Juan Esteban Orduz for the conversation. Difficult to add value after this very rich presentation by my distinguished co-panelists, but I will make a few points. I will start with a fact, and the fact is, as we go back in time and we look at the wealth that has been generated by the coffee sector across the world, certainly in the region where I work, Latin America and the Caribbean, it's an important amount of wealth. And when we look at the welfare implications for those small landholders and small producers, and we see a very heterogeneous impact. So this is a fact, and this is a fact from which we want to build a new vision for how the coffee value chains globally can imply a better life for those being at the bottom of this structure. The objective, this is the second point. So what is the vision would be, how do we build prosperous, sustainable livelihoods for households and communities linked to the coffee value chain globally. So this is the objective. And the third point I want to make is that the way we want to look at it in UNDP is to bring a framework that allows us to think about this. And, you know, it's very much linked to things that have been already discussed. So, but the framework is an integrated assets framework approach, because we tend to look at these things in a separated discussion, in a not well integrated discussion. So we talk about land, we talk about financial sector, we talk about these things. So we tend to we would like to think more integrate in a more integrated way at different types of assets, and we can think of 5 types of assets, but I will emphasize 3 of them. The first one is physical capital. So how do we enhance and increase the value of the physical capital of these households, production units, and communities? And this requires interventions related to infrastructure, particularly, by the way, related to the monopolistic power and so digital infrastructure, among other things, but also infrastructure and also institutional aspects related to land titling and so on. So there are important elements that could protect and enhance the value of these type of assets, physical capital for these households, and that requires integrated action also by governments, private sector, and support by international community. The second aspect is the natural capital, which was already mentioned. So how do we make this production also sustainable? Professor Sachs has written about how global warming can put in danger 75% of Arabica land and 63% of Robusta land if the increase in temperature continues the way we are seeing it. So it is fundamental, and for this, here, international community can play an important role, but certainly we need interventions that make this natural capital also the asset and engine of growth for these communities. The third element is related to human capital, health and education. Why? Because this is linked to productivity, is linked to a better absorption of technology in these production units, and is linked also to diversification of income in households and communities, which means also that these communities and households become more resilient. So these are the 3 I would emphasize, even though there is a fundamental aspect here, which is the instrumental value of financial sector, financial capital, which is related to, of course, the support that is needed for all these productive units, and the final is the social capital, community, social cohesion in communities, which is particularly important in certain contexts. But I would emphasize those 3, and then tell you that when we think about government transfers, for example, that has been discussed, very extensively, there is always a little bit of a confusion between whether we are talking about assistance and when we're talking about insurance. And I think even the transfers or any policy to transfer income to households and producers should be linked to this notion of assets. One of the most important values of the CCTs, the conditional cash transfer programs that were so successfully implemented at the beginning of this century, is that it linked the transfer to accumulation of assets, for example, through health, through education. So we can always try to distinguish when these transfers can be first used for assistance and not for insurance, and whether these transfers can be linked to this approach to help households accumulate assets. Finally, what do we do concretely right now at UNDP? We have very important interventions with our counterparts in places like Colombia, in a few countries in Central America, in Ecuador. We're thinking about, I could mention a few. So some of them have to do with the Green Commodities Project, in which we look at the natural capital sustainability, and we try to make nature-based solutions to try to make the sustainability an engine of growth for small communities. Second has to do with technology. So in Ecuador, for example, we have the link using blockchain to link better the communication between consumer and producer, the original producer. In this case, we use it in the case of cocoa, but of course we can also use it for other products. And the idea is that you can easily understand when you buy a product, final product, what is the value chain involved, and you learn about how much each part of the value chain is getting and so on. And you can support the objective of sustainable consumption. And we have, of course, important intervention at the territorial level in the case of Colombia. The main challenge, and I mentioned this certainly in the projects in which we participate as UNDP, is scaling up. We have, I think, interventions that are successful at a small scale, but I think if we partner with governments more extensively, with local governments, but also with international financial institutions and so on, we can give a scale to this logic and try to move in the right direction. And I think in that effort, it's going to be impossible to be successful without a very active participation of private sector. So we need to create the conditions for that. And again, the conversation, I want to stop here, but of course the conversation has to go into more details on how to do this. But this is what I wanted to share with you for my opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis Lopez. Yes, you also want to look at building of a physical capital to farmers, and you want related to how much of infrastructure that they have and what improvement has come their way after a period of time. You also want to look at human capital, particularly health and education aspects of these farmers, if there are any measured improvements in these areas. And as you do this, you want to link it up with accumulation of assets. Lastly, you talk about projects, looking at how to scale up anytime they come up with very laudable projects and the projects come to an end. Thank you so much. We have had a number of people expressing interest in the various submissions that you have made, and questions have come up. So in that order, I think people were putting up the questions as and when you spoke. So Dr. Burris, there's this question for you, that you mentioned that farmers need to have a salary in their numbers. Most coffee growers are small. How can they make it in a realistic way? I repeat the question. That you mentioned that farmers need to have a salary in their numbers. In other words, when they are working, they should create or pay themselves. They should treat it as business and therefore create a column for salaries to pay themselves. Most coffee growers are small. How can they make it in a realistic way?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. That's a great question. Maybe I will talk to you a little bit about the startup I've built next to my PhD, which is called Equal Profit. This startup aims to go beyond fair trade, beyond any fair trade mechanism that is now existing on the market. And the objective is to share profits proportionally to the cost of each actor in the supply chain. And in order to do that, and that links to it's a response to the question, we are calculating the costs per actor in the supply chain, aggregating those costs, doing the subtraction between the final price and those total costs. This equals the total profit, and distributing this profit proportionally. How we are doing the calculation for the farmers? What we are doing is that we are calculating living wage proportionally to the activities that have been done on the farm. We are adding all the different costs at the farm level, and that gives us the cost per kilo. So what I think is very important, and that you can see with this model, and this is just one possibility, with specialty coffee, there have been other profit sharing schemes that have been implemented, which are not focused on the creation of value, but on the redistribution of value. And that's another way of sharing profit. It once the end company, the retailer in this in this case, would do some profit, they would decide which part of the profit is redistributed to the farmers. This improves the stability of the supply chains. This creates some prosperity for the farmers and have a long-term perspective. So this is just to respond to your question. What is important is that farmers are making a profit and that the wage is included into their cost calculation as any other organization within the supply chain. And that's the point I wanted to raise. And I think that's also an important point for the debate linked to living income, to fair trade, or to a minimum wage, a minimum price. It's to go beyond that. So I hope that responds to the question that has been raised. Thank you very much.
Yes, that was good. I was coming to tell you that it looked like you were leaving the question behind, but you later came in to answer it. Thank you. I get it. Whoever asked this question, I presume that it's been well answered. I understood her, so I guess that you also understand her. Very good. The next question is to Jeff. You mentioned that you work from the ground up. Can you explain how USADF gets its funding? Would the USADF help replicate the model in other parts of the world with the US support? Let me read it again. That you work from the ground up. Can you explain how USADF gets its funding? Would your organization help replicate the model in other parts of the world with the USA support? With US support? That's the question.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for the question. So the United States African Development Foundation is an independent US government organization. We are directly funded by the United States Congress through the taxes that each citizen pays. So we were created to be what I like to call the original disruptor about 40 years ago to disrupt the USAID system in the big NGO world. We fund directly to farming cooperatives in Africa. That is where our mandate is. So we cannot actually expand beyond the continent of Africa. How do we focus on the bottom-up approach? We have requests for applications every year. We work in numerous different value chains. Coffee is one of them in many different countries, in about 6 or 7 countries right now. And we ask farming organizations, cooperatives, enterprises, processors who are African-owned and managed to apply. All of them have needs. All of them have issues, challenges that they're looking to address. And we ask that they try to articulate that as best as possible. And then we work with them to develop a grant that is really very business focused on how to increase their revenues, their profits, their incomes to the farmers, and as well as their production. So we work with them on their challenges and design a grant that is specifically working to address that, with always the intention of how do we increase incomes for the smallholder farmer. Smallholder farmers are the backbone of many economies across the world, and in Africa that is no different. So with the support of the United States government, we directly invest in these cooperatives and enterprises to better advance their own business standing so that they can go on and receive future investments and funding opportunities, whether it's from a bank or other private investors or other grant funding. We're working with them to set up their systems and governance, accountability, traceability, various needs that they may have to reach further markets. So if they're wanting to become organic certified, for instance, we can help them do that. If they want to become fair trade certified, we can help them do that. Maybe one day they'll want to become equal profit shareholders. We could certainly do that as well. So we really do our best to address the need that is there and design it with them personally.
Yes, so thank you so much, Jeffrey. What I'm wondering is if your qualification criteria is widely advertised and it is known among these African smallholder farmers. Maybe you may have to do a little more of advert for us to see more, because I've been involved in managing such small organizations in terms of working for a number of DPs but it looks like I'm not too much aware of what you do. We'll be
Sure.
very glad. Yes.
We are in we're in 21 countries on the continent, so we're not in every country. And if I'm not mistaken, you're located in Ghana, and in Ghana we don't have a presence right now.
Right.
So that's why we haven't been able.
Come to Ghana very soon.
We can talk about that after this discussion.
Definitely, we will. We will. Good. The next question for Mr. Lopez Galva and Mr. Yarmalu. The World Bank and UNDP have been driving forces in promoting development globally. How can they help coffee farmers achieve prosperity? That's the first question. The World Bank and UNDP have been driving forces in promoting development globally. How can they help coffee farmers achieve prosperity? The next question is, how can your organizations participate in helping countries develop the coffee sustainability plans? How can your organizations participate in helping countries develop the coffee sustainability plans? Two questions for the two of you. Maybe we'll start with Lopez first.
Thank you. Just first general point, certainly the World Bank and UNDP are perhaps the largest development organizations in the world, but of course the mandate and the way in which we support countries is very different and complementary. So indeed, there are potentially many complementarities, and we work in many countries, and certainly what I can tell you is that the approach is very much consistent. I can say, for example, that with my presentation on the assets approach is very, very much consistent with the idea of the grid development that VP Jaramillo mentioned. So this is an important element. That the first thing I would argue for is that we need a coherent approach, and not having different visions that then cannot work in a complementary way on the ground. So I think that is a very important step, that we have coherent vision to support, and then we have different instruments to do it. One element I want to emphasize is that the coffee sector and the resilience and vulnerability of coffee producers cannot be separated from the rest of the economy. And I think one element that is important to mention is that if we in Latin America, as we have in UNDP argued in a recent regional human development report, we have argued very strongly for to rethink social protection systems with 4 principles. One, that is universal. Second, fully inclusive. Third, fiscally sustainable. And third, friendly to growth. I think if we rethink social protection systems and we provide a floor of social protection also to households, farmers, and so on, then the vulnerabilities associated with the productive activity become less damaging. So in a way, it provides a certain basis for resilience for households. And then we can think about the elements that I mentioned before, how the financial sector, for example, can help deal with volatilities and so on. So my view is that one way in which we can support the development of these production units and households is by looking at this not in a separated, not as a separate aspect from the rest of the economy, but as a fundamental sector for the economy. And then social protection systems, fiscal systems have to take into account the particular needs of this sector so that it becomes an engine of prosperity for the country and for the communities. That's the way I would see it in general terms, and I will give the floor to Carlos Felipe.
Yes, thank you. Yes, no, just to complement what Luis Felipe has just mentioned, I would say that I think both the UNDP, World Bank work complementarily. We focus a lot on advice and information to governments on policy, the best policies and the best plans, and try to avoid instability and try to bring the best long-term policies for the development of agriculture and coffee within that. And it concerns us, as was said in the panel, that many governments still have introduced a lot of volatility in the environment by changing policies, taxes, incentives, and things that are not conducive to what is really a medium to long-term investment, like coffee production. And second, we also provide financing. We made the World Bank branch is mainly about financing long-term for public sector, so public programs. And also we have our sister institution, the International Finance Corporation, which mainly finances private sector projects. I'll mention, we've been very focused more recently on supporting two broad areas. The first one I mentioned is support for smallholders, and particularly in helping them achieve scale by coming together. We have a number of programs across Latin America, and I think in other parts of the world, that help smallholders get together in rural producer organizations or productive alliances, and help them with processing, with the marketing, with access to finance, with certification. And we see that as part of the needed efforts to strengthen the future of smallholders. And then the second big area, as I mentioned, with the GRID approach, is about environment and sustainability. This is, taking a stronger force because there is a lot more interest and funding for anything that is green or contributes to improving the climate change situation. So we do have quite a few projects across the world on reducing the negative impacts of farming on the environment and climate change. And in some coffee areas, we have some to focus particularly on reducing deforestation or reducing soil erosion and improving the capacity of coffee farming to produce positive environmental services, take care of the streams, of the water resources, of the biodiversity. I think there's more and more of an interest for giving support from governments and from international actors to these kinds of externalities that are not recognized in the coffee price by commercial markets. And I think there will be more of this in the future. Over to you, Chairman.
Good. Yes, good answers. And I hope that the questioners will take a cue from the answer that you have given and do put your acts right to be able to benefit from all these services that UNDP and World Bank provide. Our next question goes to Lopez Calva. Yes, and then Mr. Jaramillo again. Connectivity is key for farmers to prosper. Are your organizations working on that? Connectivity is key for farmers to prosper. Are your organizations working on that? I'm sure he's talking about internet connectivity and all that. Or I don't know whether he's talking about linkages, business linkages, but the word is connectivity.
Yes. If I may, Mr. Chair. My answer will be very, very concrete. We do work in these on these issues with governments that have invited us to be part of this, particularly related to digital connectivity, and certainly with connectivity in a broad sense. So we also work with the development of the connection of producers with value chains. We work on the issue of digital connectivity to precisely try to improve the conditions in the market for producers and so on. But I want to say that there is a need, and when I talked about physical capital, I think the issue of the management of connectivity in a broader sense that increases the value of the physical capital of productive units and communities is a very important aspect. And we as UNDP, we do not have the mandate, or we're not equipped to work at that scale because we don't have the financing to do it. So I think, as was mentioned before, private sector and public sector via long-term financing are fundamental in this respect to try to enhance the capacity of households to increase the value of their physical capital through connectivity to markets, connectivity for other purposes as well. So I think if something we have learned in this pandemic is that the notion of connectivity has also, in a way, broadened. So yes, we are dealing with, let's say, the new ways of connectivity, but I think the classic notion of connectivity is fundamental, and still there are huge gaps in that respect, and that requires large-scale intervention by governments and private sector with the support of financial institutions. But we believe that is key, not only for the sustainability in the economic sense and in the social sense, but it's also key, as was mentioned before, for the development of more competitive markets, which is fundamental. To deal with market power, you need better connectivity to markets as well. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. So very briefly, just to complement again what Felipe has said, I like the way he separated traditional connectivity with non-traditional. So of course, we, the World Bank, have been working on financing for roads, financing for ports, financing for energy, which is also important for coffee throughout the developing world. And we offer our services, continue to offer our services, both policy and financing on all of these areas throughout the world. But I would like to emphasize, as Luis Felipe did, that I think we have a new area. This non-traditional connectivity is becoming increasingly important for farming generally, and certainly for coffee producers. We saw it in the pandemic. Those who had a good connection to Wi-Fi, a good connection to the internet, a good smartphone, had more access to information, had more access to credit, had more access to public services. And there's a whole bunch of interesting innovations coming through apps that you can use in your phones. I think Ms. Burris was talking about traceability and marketing and all these. And there's all these young people producing fantastic new innovations that can only be used by coffee farmers and smallholders if they have good connectivity through to digital means. So I think both offering the infrastructure, the availability of the digital connections, and second, the skills, so that people actually do learn how to use these new methods of using the cyber world to the advantage of the farmer, I think are both very important. Thank you.
Good. Good. Participants, I guess you haven't very convincing answers, and I'm thankful to my panelists for availing themselves for this important discussion. We still have about 2 more questions. Amir Hamza, this is your question now. What are AFCA and others? What are AFCA, that is AFCA, and others doing to improve productivity in Africa? That is low in many countries. Joe, can governments help? How can? That is the question. If I may repeat.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Regarding AFCA, African Fine Coffees Association, this is a union of associations. We got Africa chapters in each country, 11 countries in African continent. And those chapters are, the members are the coffee stakeholders from various parts. The farmers, I mean the cooperatives, the large farmers, the factory owners, the exporters, the roasters, they are combining that. And then we got the body, which is African Fine Coffees Association, which we got a board. So this board is the one which directs its management to assist various countries and various chapters in trainings, in connectivity, connections, in bringing in new technologies to the stakeholders, which helps them. And of course, the governments can help us because there is also advocacy. The AFCA chapters also do some sort of advocacy with help of other members and other associations worldwide who also assist AFCA. And advocacy is very important in our African countries because you find from time to time the policies keep on changing. And when you don't have stable policies, the burden of policy change goes back to the farmer at the end of the day. Because once you are allowed to buy coffee directly from farmers, and then you find there are those people who are not really honest, they go and pay very less money to the farmers because the farmer has got some sort of needs or requirements in the middle of season. And we call in our area butura or something like buying the flowers on the plants. And they pay them very low price for the coffee. And during the season, these people go and take over the coffee. So when the farmers are getting very low price, the government intervenes because coffee is politics. And we got in Tanzania, you take an example, we got 90% of the coffee is produced by smallholders, whereas 10% by large estates. So you find during its politics and government has to intervene in order to assist the farmers. So when government changes the policies, it really upsets the whole system. Even the factory owners who invested, sometimes their factories remain white elephants, and then they wait for advocacy to change the things over. That's one. The second thing is the government can pump in money. It can fund the coffee industry, just like Vietnam did when you saw that Vietnam, after 20 years of war, but now today Vietnam is #1 exporter of Robusta coffees around the world. And that is because of the government support. So African governments can come in and support that, even through the foreign agencies, World Bank, United Nations, whoever it is, they can assist that in pumping that money to be affordable finance. Because when you take a local investor, local African investor, investing in a factory or investing in trading of coffee, he gets his funds from 10% to 17%. Whereas you find the multinational companies coming in from Geneva or from outside the African continent trading, they get their trade finance at 3.5%. And when they come here, of course, they take the raw green coffee back, they export. So coffee is not value added, and most of the big chunk of value addition goes out of African continent. So the governments can assist in that. And once there is affordable funding, finance, even local consumption will go up. Even the farmers themselves will be happy because the farmers need to be educated. Any farmer with less than 300 coffee plants, the coffee will be sucking out his money rather than giving him money. So he has to have about 500 plants in order to get living income. And maybe more than that, he goes into prosperous income with modern technology and extension. I hope I'll answer this question. And back to AFCA. AFCA also is reorganizing itself to make sure that due to this COVID situation, which has hit, the pandemic which has hit, and it has hit very badly the African continents. Because you can see there are problems of logistics as well. In some countries, the lockdown affected the coffee industry very hardly. And also on logistics side, you find countries a landlocked country, and on top of it, you go to the port and you don't get the shipment of coffee in time. You don't get the containers in time. That's another headache, which is at the end of the day, it goes back and hits the farmer. So this is another thing which AFCA is now trying to reorganize itself and talking to the governments on how to solve these problems. I think I'll try to answer these questions.
Good. Hamza, I would want to go back. I wanted to hear something that I didn't. if I listen to Dr. Burus, that profit should be shared, we should look at who makes the profit, how much, and then it should be shared. You see, you are the buyers of the coffee from the farmers. If you take Dr. Burus' word, are you able to do that? That maybe after buying the coffee from the farmers, you go to the international market or you do your business and you make more profit. Are you able to go back and give some back to the farmer and say, Jack, you made me make more profit, and so have part of it so that the farmer will still stay in business and live for you? Are you able to do that?
Oh, of course, with the type of investments which we have, because we will build a soluble plant. Unfortunately, in the African continent, there are only 7 soluble plants of coffee, this instant coffee plants. We do the value addition to the statuary. So once we get the coffee, when we need the coffee, we compete in the auctions. And as a local investor with local factories, we don't expect the multinationals or the foreign buyers to come and beat us in prices, because those are traders who will be taking this coffee again to the roasters in the first world countries or wherever it is, and then roast the coffee. We are roasting and doing the value addition right away at the source, and so we can pay a better price. And fortunately, in Tanzania, we got a system of cooperative societies and cooperative unions, whereby we purchase or we buy our coffee from cooperatives by bidding and paying the highest price. So naturally, you can pay more better prices, and plus with the current policies in our country, we can still have agreements with the cooperative unions and support the farmers in seedlings, in extension services, using our private company extension officers. Thereby, we can support the farmers very much. And it is possible to support the farmer, give him better prices.
Thank you. Thank you. As a way of concluding, we have this question for all of you. I have this question for all of you. And I'll start with you, Dr. Burus. You haven't spoken for a while. The question is, how is your work impacting prosperity of women? Let me take that again. How is your work impacting prosperity of women, head of household specifically?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the first words?
Women are head of households. So how is your activity impacting prosperity on women, head of households?
So thank you very much for the question. So I guess the question is looking at gender, what is the impact of women in terms of having or improving the prosperity of the entire household? And I would link it to the discussion on technology. I think it's very important to provide to the women access to mobile phones, to provide as well not only one smartphone per household, but 2 smartphones per households, and to be able to improve thereby the traceability, transparency of information. We mentioned different types of information. I think it's important that there's also data collection at the household level, but as well that we provide information to the household. So it goes both directions. And I think via technology, it's a great way to improve prosperity at the household level. And this could include, as we have mentioned, it's access to finance, access to microinsurance, microcredit, as well, maybe improving, and we discussed very shortly about it, but what is the true cost of coffee? How do we integrate negative externalities? How do we also take into account positive externalities into the price of coffee? And I think with women and with the work that they are doing on the household level, this could be very, very positive for the prosperity of the household. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, this question was for all of you, but we've run out of time. I guess that if you have answers to that question, you could easily pass it on to Joan Mesa, the organizers. Please do that, because the remaining time is to be allotted for the conclusion by the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, Dr. Jean. Yes, Dr. Jean, let me just put it there. Oh, I can't mention the name. Doc, forgive me. It's too long a name. Forgive me. So, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of Rwanda, you have the rest of the time to conclude on this topic. Thank you.
William,
Thank you to all panelists. I think my job will be easy because all panelists have been able to link the challenges we have along the value chain of coffee. And if you see globally, at regional level, even in our country, in Rwanda, issues on production and productivity, for example, they are similar. But in Rwanda, we have small land. Yes, the plots are small, but we have aging trees and we have aging farmers. The use of inputs, fertilizer, pesticide, is not at a high level because of the costing of it, the access, affordability. Then when you go to see through the markets, the profitability, the challenges we have, external factors, the climate change, you will see that our problems are common. So meaning that a forum like this is very important because you can link problems to location and to people. So let me go quickly to conclusion, to summarize. Our eminent panelists shared a variety of observations, of course, and experiences from the research side to the farmer like Hamza from Tanzania. Now he's a big boss in the coffee value chain, to the people who are working with international organizations. So this experience is very important to us, not only policymakers, but even for our producers. So as I have said, there are common conclusions we can take away. The first, we agree, all of us, that small coffee farmers are the backbone of the coffee industry and deserve prosperity and a prosperous income. Let me explain more. You will never reach a market when you are not producing. So you produce what you can sell. So meaning that the first respect must go to the producers, the raw materials we need. We never enjoy specialty coffee, espresso, everywhere in the world if the farmer, man or woman, youth, they are not going in the morning, early morning, to cultivate, to take care of coffee. Coffee is a complicated tree because it requires cares and cares through the year, through the season. People pass time there. It's a labor intensity crop. People arrive in the trees to be able to sell a good coffee to the global market. So we can't agree more. We have to give respect because farmers are the backbone of the coffee industry. So without coffee farming, will not be sustainable. Given an aging population, as I've said, climate change shocks, the external factors, and low profitability. I want here to elaborate more. You have heard about the physical, natural, human capital. The efforts you can have in terms of factors of production, the land, the inputs, technology, they have talked about it. But if climate change is not controlled, you have those problems in Rwanda. And I think it's not only in Rwanda. I saw even in other countries like American Latin, Asia, the climate change is becoming an external factor, but in the same way, it's becoming an internal factor because we have to measure our factors of production, including that because it's minimizing what you are doing, is minimizing the production you can have, is minimizing even the efforts we can put. So it's very important to consider that shock in our model of production, of processing, of marketing, because it's here with us, we are together. Even some talked about the COVID-19, the pandemic, is another external factor in which we can't now use traditional way of theory of production to say that our farmers will get the optimal production. We have to include the change globally, day after day, to make sure that the model is dynamic because the world is going quickly and changes are becoming more and more. So we have to make sure to be able to optimize the profit, we have to minimize all those shocks. In traditional way, you minimize the cost, then you expect to have high profit. It's not the way in coffee. You can minimize the cost of inputs, but tomorrow after tomorrow, there's drought, there's no rains, there's pesticide, you have disease. All those things, they're impacting the coffee we're doing. Then our aging population. Aging population is not even including the mode of production, but people from the traditional way, even in Rwanda, you have a plantation when you are a young person, small, you grow, then you will find yourself not even able to go to take care of trees because the youth are not motivated because of low profit. They don't see coffee as a high value commodity where you plant today, tomorrow you can sell. We wait 3 to 4 years. To optimize the production, you wait even more than 5 years. So how can we promote people, mainly youth, to be engaged? It has been said. It has to be profitable. Profit and profit. Today, if you see, I think it's Dr. Burus who talked about it, the cost of production. She explained how you add the cost and the cost of production, then you can compare the wealth of the household. Even a question that was asked about it, how can we make sure that the household are happy to have coffee? But there is a big issue in coffee you have. I think is included in the answer she has given. The marginal productivity of coffee is not at least equal to the marginal cost you have. So this is creating that the costing you are putting to produce additional quantity of coffee is less than of the profit. This is discouraging. So you have to make sure that the marginal efforts we put to produce more is giving us at least a profit equal to the cost we have put. But if you see in many countries, the situation is not the same. Mainly when you have small plots, few trees, the average in Rwanda will be 200 to 250 by farmer. In Vietnam, will be 12,000 of trees to a farmer. So as you can see, you can understand how inequalities we have in terms of the farmers we need to give the support. So the support can't be global. They have to be specific, even if we think globally. So let me continue. The second one, the prosperity is multidimensional, and that requires a multidimensional approach. You can't think just like it is a question of one variable. No, there are many variables. You can't even count them. Are impacting what we do. So it's multidimensional. We have to open our mind and think openly, not even in the box. You have to be out here to think and to think again. So this means addressing not only productive infrastructures and improving yields, but strengthening opportunities for education, skills. Today, to be able to compete on international coffee standards, to access good markets in Italy, in Europe, in America, you need skills from the production level. So education is very important. Educating people how things are changing, how can we have a good quality. They talked about traceability. Coffee must have a location. Is coming from because of that, like we do in wines. You know that the regional is very important. So we have to be able, mainly in our countries, to say that we can be able to educate our people. So we make sure that the coffee is good, because coffee has a market when it's not only good, but very good. Then access to healthcare and financial services. Financial services, I want to take a few minutes here. Moderator, Honorable William, I will just take 2 minutes for access to finance. No one will be able to conduct a business if you can't access money. You can even have skills, educated, but if you can't access money, because money is expensive, the cost of money today, if you see at the macroeconomic level, the policies we have, Hamza talked about the policies, how government can support on funding, accessing money. international organizations, civil society. You have to make sure that our farmers can access money, but not only money, affordable interest rate. As a negative component of money, interest rate must be minimized. But now we are borrowing at 15, 16%. So how can we have a margin if you are paying 15, 16, 17%, and you know that coffee is a seasonality, is a season. So access to finance is very, very key if you want to promote now business, not coffee as a traditional commodity where people can take 1 kilogram, 2 kilogram, no, as a business where you can have 10, 15 kilogram by 3. So access to finance is a key, is very key as today, because you will not be able to have a profit if you're not investing on high variety where you can have high productivity, investing on education, on processing, washing stations to have full wash the coffee, and so on. Then there is the land use. They called it land titles. The land titles is different to many countries. It depends. But the land use must be common. You have to make sure that the land is available. As you know, coffee can stay in the land for more than 25 years. So as land use, this is a commodity of long term, even very, very long term. So you have to make sure that land use is affordable, accessible, and is getting nutrient year after year, because even land is aging. The third one is the climate change, as I talked about it. I not repeat it because climate change is impacting negatively our smallholder. People talked about smallholders. Is what I was saying. Smallholder because they have less trees, few trees, 250, 300, 400 of trees. So smallholders are sensitive to any shock, mainly when we talk about the climate change. So solutions must be, of course, for climate change, climate aware and nature-based. So awareness of climate change is not enough. You must choose, adapt, or have to cope with it, or mitigate. So I think before to adapt, because the adaptation is a highly costing, have to make sure that people can understand and mitigate the negative impact of climate change. The last component is technology use. The way we're doing things, because coffee is a traditional tree, it is here many, many years. Today, if you are not connected to technologies, let's take an example. To be able to understand disease in your plantation using Internet of Things, putting their technology where you can know how the tree is. Then for the market, access the market, they talked about it, mobile networking. You can sit in Kigali and have a market in New York, in London, and follow the prices fluctuation, because we know it's very important in coffee. So this will require education, because many of our farmers are not equipped with enough skills to be able to be friendly with the technology, and technology, as you know, change quickly. So finally, achieving prosperity requires concerted action between farmers. This is the governance now. The actions together. Act globally, as we say, but you have to be able to think globally, but you have to act specifically according to the situations we have. So it requires concerted action between farmers, industry, stakeholders, government. This is the mapping of the value chain. All actors together. You must be able to connect them. Not the farmer here, you plant, tomorrow, during the season, a buyer comes, they buy, they stay to the Europe, then they wait again 6 months, they come back when the plantation is ready. No, we have to be connected all the time. We can't wait. We have to work together the whole seasons. So this is very important. Then multilateral agencies, you have had people from those agencies. They have good ideas. They have even the heart to support. and their support is not expensive as a support from a bank or a microfinance. So the donors, multilateral agencies are very important to support our small holders, because the modern way of financing things, many small holders will be left behind. So we need you as international agencies, donors to support our farmers. So in summary, we have all a role to play in this important mission to guarantee farmer prosperity and prioritize in our agenda project agreement as we approach, of course, the World Coffee Producers Forum in Kigali. Now we have had a virtual meeting because of pandemic, but imagine if it was possible to be in a big room and share the good quality of espresso coffee coming from many countries. So when you, as consumers, when we enjoy coffee and we took a good cup of coffee and we feel changes in our body and the mind, you have to remember there is a farmer behind. Is going to close. There is a farmer behind who does a nice cup of coffee we take in the morning because they can afford it. Here in Uganda is more than $2 if you want a good coffee of cappuccino or coffee macchiato. So when we take it, let's do this. You have to act together. Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much. Let's think about the farmers because they are the backbone of the industry of coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you for being on this panel. I guess we have really delivered our mandates, and anybody who asks any question, we're pleased to have had those answers from you. We are grateful. The panel is now to be closed for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will start with where Honorable State Minister and Minister of Agriculture ended. He said farmers are the backbone of the African or low-income economies or coffee industries. I also have to say that this session was also the backbone of today's agenda. Thanks to our eminent panelists who have discussed extensively coffee farmers' prosperity in different aspects with respects to different things, being smallholder farmers, profitability for smallholder farmers, involvement of youth, women, sustainability of the value chain, importance of physical assets, business linkages, digital connectivity that lead to access to information and support services, connectivity to markets, etc. And of course, issues related to, or solutions rather, related to challenges that smallholder farmers are facing, being low productivity linked to poor soil fertility, aging coffee trees, prone to pests and diseases, lack of required skills, effects of climate change, price volatility on international markets, limited research, as long as aging of smallholder coffee farmers. Despite the fact that we do have more youth, being in Africa or in some low-income countries, youth, and that can take up these challenges we've talked about. So all in all, the conclusion is that the support to coffee farmers should go beyond productivity and coffee quality. So thank you very much, the moderator, Honorable Kwaito. You did a very good job. So as we winding up our meeting today, we'll have a short video on the history of Rwandan coffee, just 3-minute video. Thereafter, we'll go to the closing remarks. And remember, though we are back on time, we're supposed to be ending these panel discussions by 18:20 Kigali time, 6 p.m. at Kigali time, which is 4 p.m. 20 minutes GMT time. We still have 10 minutes, so we can enjoy this video of about a few minutes on the history of coffee in Rwanda. Then we'll have representatives of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, representative of the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources in Rwanda and chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum in the closing remarks for this meeting. So the video, please.
Rwanda, known as the beautiful land of 1,000 hills. Rwanda's stunning scenery, warm, friendly people offer unique experiences in one of the most remarkable countries in the world. It is blessed with extraordinary biodiversity, with incredible beautiful landscapes, volcanoes, mountain rainforest, and sweeping plains. Thanks to this biodiversity and perfect climate, Rwanda grows coffee in 26 out of 30 districts. It was introduced by Germans, and the first coffee tree was planted in 1904 in Rusizi, Western Province. Rwandan coffee is dominated by mainly Bourbon type of Arabica coffees. Coffee plays a key role in the country's economy, contributing significantly to the foreign exchange earnings and to the monetization of the rural economy. More than 400,000 farmers passionately produce Rwandan coffee on the surface of more than 42,000 hectares, and it has remarkably contributed to their livelihoods and social well-beings.
Kuba ndi mu buhinzi bwa kawa, ikintu byamfashije mbasha kwigurira igitenge nanjye ntagisabye umugabo, mbasha gutanga mituweli y'umuryango w'abantu 7, nkatangirira abana ku ishuri, mfite abana 3 biga, hari uwiga segonderi, hari n'abiga muri 9 hasi, ariko bose biramfasha nkabishyurira bakabasha kwiga.
Kawa n'ubuzima bwanjye mbega, abana banjye mbarihira amashuri kuri kawa, naguze inka muri kawa. Kawa ni inshuti yanjye kuko n'ubuzima bwanjye bwose. N'abana banjye mbigisha ngo mukunde kawa nkuko nanjye ingejeje aha ngaha.
The coffee production ranges from 267,000 to 420,000 bags per year, which is 19,000 metric tons to 24,000 metric tons. The total area in coffee is currently 42,000 hectares. Currently, 62% of Rwandan coffee is exported fully washed, thanks to more than 300 coffee washing stations across the country. Mr. Gilbert Gatari is the president of Coffee Exporters and Processors Association of Rwanda.
The Rwandan coffee brand, Second Sunrise, I think has been an introduction into how Rwanda separates itself as an origin that produces very good, very high specialty coffee. With such a quality, it's important that the world gets to know that it's Rwandan coffee. I think initially some Rwandan coffee would get blended with other coffees, and the fact that there is specific mention of the fact that this is a Second Sunrise from Rwanda, it highlights the origin itself, which is extremely important. And this is linked to the value chain, because the more you're able to access more markets, the more you're able to position Rwanda as a specialty origin, then everybody ideally gets to benefit.
The Rwandan coffee sector is coordinated by the National Agricultural Export Development Board, NAEB, whose responsibilities, among others, are to provide support to the coffee producers by providing technical assistance and planting material to the farmers.
The country is seeing coffee sector as an important sector, and this has been the case since the independence up to now. And then as NAEB, the regulator of the coffee sector in the country, we also have targets to reach by 2024 under the NST1 and PSTF4 for the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, but also the strategic plan for NAEB for the same period. So we have targets, we have ways of approaching different stakeholders in terms of us understanding the strategy in a more harmonized way, but also sitting together, looking at conditions in every district.
Rwandan coffee has grown to become one of the leading specialty cups for coffee lovers around the world.
Well, back to the meeting. We basically going to follow closing remarks in order from Ambassador Solomon Rutega, who is the new Secretary General of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO in short. We'll be having Honorable Dr. Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, the Minister of State and the Minister of Agriculture and Resources of Rwanda, and then Juan Esteban, the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum, will officially close this meeting. Thereafter, we'll have a group photo. After that, then we'll enjoy some virtual outing, videos of coffee farms in Africa and Rwanda, especially a video on Rwanda coffee industry technical presentation. So, Ambassador Solomon and other speakers for the closing remarks. Please do remember that in some part of the world, it's a bit late now. So let's see whether we can shorten our statements to be able to at least go by the time we have set for this meeting. So, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Distinguished participants, speakers, all protocols observed. In the interest of time, I wish to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the World Coffee Producers Forum, chaired by Mr. Juan Esteban, as well as this year's host country, Rwanda, represented by Honorable Dr. Geraldine Mukshimana, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, who is also the current chairperson of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization. At the same time, permit me to thank Mr. Claude Bizimana, the CEO of the National Agricultural Export Development Board, and all the speakers and panelists from all over the world for their valuable contributions at this event. After 10 weeks as the Secretary General of IACO, I am indeed greatly honored to be invited and granted an opportunity to share IACO's perspective at this forum. As IACO, we attach great importance on the subject of coffee prosperity for farmers, and it is critical for the sustainability of the coffee industry. At the same time, IACO is also committed towards the attainment of the dream of the African Union Malabo Declaration of accelerated agricultural growth and transformation for shared prosperity and improved livelihood. It is important to note that in Africa, coffee is one of the most important industrial commodities, generating substantial income for rural communities, contributing to the fight against poverty. Over 53% of the rural population of the 25 African coffee producing countries are involved in coffee growing. Meanwhile, despite this contribution, the global market still, Africa has a very small contribution, as highlighted earlier, of only 10%, and this has declined over the periods in the last 3 decades. This is a major concern for industry players, and efforts are being undertaken by IACO to address some of the key constraints in the coffee subsector, as well as explore the potential to increase Africa's market contribution to the crop and its producers. For several years now, the coffee subsector in Africa has been encumbered by a number of interrelated constraints along the value chain, especially those pertaining to farm-level production and productivity, value addition, and brand awareness. Distinguished participants, most of these challenges have been highlighted by the previous speakers from the African continent, so I'm not going to go into the details. I am now going to focus on the measures IACO is trying to undertake to collectively address some of these challenges. And it is at forums like this that we are very happy because they provide a platform and an opportunity to discuss with stakeholders and contribute in formulating suitable interventions with a view to improve the productivity, production, and sustainability of coffee for the benefit of our farmers, who are the pillar of the entire coffee industry. As IACO, we believe there is need to support farmers to achieve higher coffee productivity and improved quality, including through better farm management, agronomic extension services, access to improved inputs, and access to finance. Given the increasing demand for traceability of food items in the value chain, farmers are in need of help to establish sustainable certification systems that will ensure that they obtain optimum benefits from value addition. Ayako is committed to fostering purposeful and robust public-private partnerships in the coffee sector between international buyers, exporters, private entities, support institutions, among others. This will help in generate income and jobs in the coffee growing communities through a stable market for their coffee. There are already some countries that have established national coffee platforms that provide an opportunity for public-private sector dialogue, and this will ensure inclusivity in the development of national coffee sustainable plans. It is critical that national coffee plans, in order to contribute to global sustainability, must be aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. At best, the process of developing the national coffee sustainability plans should be a multi-sector, multi-stakeholder approach, and this model is already being applied in some member states. Ayako believes that we must develop policies and strategies to promote domestic coffee consumption in African coffee-producing countries and develop the local trade. Apart from Ethiopia, where more than 50% of coffee produced is consumed locally, domestic consumption in the rest of the African coffee-producing countries is insignificant. Consequently, Ayako has embarked on a journey of promoting the domestic coffee consumption in Africa through a new initiative called DACBA, Drink African Coffee, Build Africa. The implementation of this initiative is expected to boost the local consumption of coffee, improve the revenues and livelihoods of the African coffee farmer. In addition, Ayako is also committed to support initiatives aimed at diversification of the use of coffee, where the national agencies can set up a fund to support research and innovation into alternative uses of coffee and coffee byproducts, as well as support for incubation of initiatives that will be used. For instance, Ayako is working in partnership with the ICO and the Center for Agriculture and Biosciences International, CABI, and the Africa Exim Bank to support the establishment of a special fund called the Africa Coffee Facility. This will assist in addressing the challenges of Africa's coffee value chain. More importantly, coffee trade within the African countries must take advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Ayako is already working with the ACTFA Secretariat in Accra, Ghana, in assisting our members access regional coffee markets. The ACFTA is expected to increase intra-Africa trade from an existing level of about 13% to 25% of more trade through better harmonization and coordination of trade liberalization. In conclusion, these measures highlighted will require a holistic approach through the collaboration of all stakeholders. We are aware there is no one formula for producers because each country is unique. However, I wish to assert that Ayako is committed to collaborate with all stakeholders to provide all the support in revamping and reshaping the industry for increased investment that will lead to a higher productivity, production, and quality of life for the benefit of the smallholder farmer. I thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rutega. You've brought in a new aspect that we didn't discuss, intra-African trade, which is a valid point, especially looking at the commitment by the head of state under the CADA program. So thank you very much for your closing remarks. It's my honor now to invite Honorable Dr. Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, the Minister of State and the Minister of Agriculture and More Resources, to provide his closing remarks. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, CEO. Your Excellencies, virtual meeting, online participant, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm humbled to address you as we come to the end of a very insightful forum. Allow me thank Your Excellency Jose Maria Figueres and Your Excellency Mariam Dizalen for having found the time to join us and for the wisdom shared. I thank the distinguished speakers at this forum for your insights which are truly enriching. I thank the Global Coffee Fraternity who joined us online in big numbers. Allow me to extend special thanks to the organizers of this forum under the leadership of Mr. Joan Esteban Orduz. Thank you very much for a job well done. The prosperity of coffee farmers is critical for our economies and the livelihood of all in the coffee value chain as it has been demonstrated in today's forum. In Rwanda, we are committed to ensuring that the right policies are in place to ensure that there is increased productivity and coffee quality through research, best practices, and the search for better markets. We believe that in sharing experiences with other global players, we not only ensure that our farmers prosper, but do it in a sustainable manner for future generations. Lastly, I wish to express our readiness to receive you in Kigali, Rwanda in July 2022, so that we keep this momentum going. Que tengas un bueno día para algunos y buenas noches para otros.
Good night for some and
others.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As they say, when the boss has spoken, no one is allowed to speak. So I'll make two announcements before giving the floor to Juan Esteban Orduz, the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum. We have a group photo right after the closing remarks of the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum. So I request every participant to put back their cameras so that at least we take screenshots of those who are attending this meeting. And the second one is that we've received many questions to this interesting debate that we had today. Some have been taken care of, but others will be compiled in a note that the World Coffee Producers Forum Secretariat will share with all attendees. So those are the two housekeeping messages that I wanted to bring in before giving the floor to Juan Esteban Orduz, the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum. And I'm sure he'll mention how this was successful and the work behind this meeting. So over to you, Juan Esteban.
Thank you, Claude. And let me start by saying I'm going to be very, very brief. I want to thank all the speakers and panelists. I want to thank the eminent speakers. We had a lot of knowledge and expertise in this panel. We learned a lot. I hope I learned a lot, and I hope everybody has learned a lot. We have a homework. We do not just need to be aiming at prosperity for coffee farmers. We need to start working at creating the conditions for that prosperity to happen in producing countries. And that's what we're going to start to do right away with everybody participating in this panel and Professor Jeffrey Sachs and some others that have been committed, that are committed to support coffee growing communities and coffee growing farmers. Two words were mentioned a few concepts were mentioned in the panel. Coherent was one of them. And that was Mr. Lopez Calva. Volatility by governments was another interesting one by Felipe Jaramillo. He said that there's a need for governments to have coherent policies, not keep changing everything, keep changing taxes and different policies and so on. And that's exactly why the plans are needed. Why coffee producing countries need to identify their priorities, what are the biggest obstacles, what are their advantages, and come up with plans, policies, strategies that will allow for greater structure for coffee farmers to be in better shape. I want to very special thank the approach of Dr. Burrus about women's connectivity, about the women being a central part of the discussion. And I'm saying this from my heart because Colombia has 540,000 coffee growers, of which about a third have a woman as head of households. So thank you, everyone. I want to especially thank also the teams that worked on this from different countries to make this happen. Very especially the team in Kigali and the teams in Rwanda and Colombia, Costa Rica, Ethiopia, Ghana, everywhere. I mean, we're from many countries working together thanks to technology and thanks to goodwill and thanks to sharing common concern and common goals. Thank you very especially to all of you who attended this forum, all attendees, all those of you who took your time of your day to be with us and to listen to what our experts had to say, and contribute with your questions and with your comments. I want to make sure that we can see as many of you as possible in person in Rwanda from all over the world. Next year is going to be a very interesting panel. Not just because of the quality of the people attending, from coffee growers to the industry to traders from all over the value chain, also for what is being presented, what is being discussed, and how we're trying to implement those ideas, but also because of the wonderful reception that we're looking for, that we'll have by Rwanda, its government, and its people. I've been lucky enough to be in Rwanda, and I can say firsthand that it is an amazing place to hold the next World Coffee Producers Forum. With this, I think the World Coffee Producers Forum, first part of the third edition, comes to an end. And I want to wish everyone a good rest of the day and a good night. And again, thank you for joining us, for supporting us, and for keeping coffee growers and keeping prosperity at the head of the goals that we need to aim at if we want to achieve a better life for coffee farmers all over the world. Thank you so much.
Aurora Fat group photo. Yes. It's all right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Karada, Goya, Guija, Baba, Majazi, Garju,